Dear viewers and subscribers, I hope you're all well. And today we are covering whole fundamental certification AZ-900 in one video, right? Where you will be able to understand and learn all the concepts. And here is the list of items we will be going one by one. Okay, if I start from first, Azure free trial account, how we can create a free account with Azure cloud platform. Okay, then we will also discuss what services, what kind of subscription, what time period is required, and what the things we need to take care for this, right? Okay, certification path details. Then we will discuss certification path. Then you can decide which certification you are interested with, and you can start with that. Then we will discuss cloud computing. After cloud computing, we will discuss cloud computing features and then cloud concepts, right? And then sixth is architecture core component. We will discuss and go through one by one what are the core component of Azure architecture. And then cost management, where we will learn how we can estimate on premises and on cloud, and we can make a difference between these two calculations, how we can estimate our cost if we are going to avail any resource on premises or on cloud. Both approaches provide Azure cloud platform. Then eighth is the virtual machine. We will discuss what is virtual machine and virtual machine types. Then we have create an Azure virtual machine. We have a lab, a practical, because everyone definitely need to know how we can create virtual machine, which is actually virtualization of hardware system. Then at 10th, Azure Virtual Desktop, which is a very good feature provided by Azure. We will also discuss what is AVD. And at 11, Azure Container with comparison of VM. We will first understand what is container and why we will be using container as compared to virtual machine, and in which scenarios, in which case we will prefer which option, virtual machine or Azure container. Then we have at 12 Azure Functions. We will discuss what is Azure Function provided by Azure Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure, its benefit, and also we will discuss use cases. Then at 13, we have Azure App Services. We will also discuss app services provided by Azure, their functionalities and their features. At 14, Azure Virtual Networking. We will also discuss virtual networking, how we can create virtual networking, how we can communicate through virtual network with the Azure Cloud. And also, we will be discussing configuring network access, how we can configure ports, IPs, how we can connect with virtual machine or any other resource. We will also be discussing in this tutorial. At 16th, Azure Virtual Private Network, as we already have discussed about virtual network, and then we will discuss Azure Private Network, and then in last Azure ExpressRoute. So guys, good thing is you also have knowledge check based sessions after every session where Azure provide for platform where we can check your knowledge. You can have some options to select either you if you know conceptually and you have all concept with clear understanding, then you can pass that exam, and we will also be covering all of this. In this session, we will be discussing free tier account creation from different aspects on Azure and AWS, and also today we'll be creating free tier account on Azure as well. Okay, guys, in last session we have discussed Azure and AWS from different aspect, from services, tools, and technologies provided by both of cloud platforms. And now we will be going to discuss more about Azure versus AWS free tier account. So we will go through every aspects to which cloud providing us in which sense free tier accounts, and for that we have big three cloud providers, but right now we will be discussing only two, AWS and Azure, right? Each have a free tier available that's designed to give users the cloud experience without all the cost. They include free tier version of numerous services so users can test out different products and learn how they work before they make a huge commitment. While they may only cover a small environment, it's a good way to learn more about each cloud provider. For all of the cloud providers, the 12-month free trials are available to only new users. But both clouds have different criteria, so let's look into it. Okay, AWS free tier offerings, there includes more than 60 products. There are two different type of free options that are available depending on the product used. Always free and other is 12 month free. To help customers get started on AWS, the services that fall under the free 12 months are for new trial customers and give customers the ability to use the product for free up to a specific level of usage for 1 year from the date of account was created. Keep in mind that once the free 12 months are up at your services, you will be to you will start to be charged at the normal rate. Okay, Azure free tier offerings. Azure equivalent of a free tier is referred to as a free account. As a new user in Azure, you are given $200 credit that has to be used in the first 30 days after activating your account. When you have used up to the credit or 30 days have expired, you will have to upgrade to a paid account if you wish to continue using certain products. Ensure that you have a plan to reduce your cost in place. If you don't need the paid product, there is also the always free option. Some of the ways people choose to use their free account are to gain insight from their data, test and deploy enterprise apps, create custom mobile experiences, and more. Okay, let's start how to create free tier account with Azure and see what the steps we need to follow and what all the things we need to create free tier account. Let's start. Let's start creating free tier account with Azure cloud platform. Remember that for creating an account with Azure as a free tier, you need three things. One is your email address with which you can log in. Second is your proper contact number on which you will be receiving code for authentication, two-factor authentication. And third is your credit card. And remember that when your account will be creating, you will be charged almost $1.50 or equivalent maybe $2. Okay, and let's start to do this. I'm not using this account anymore. I will be providing any new email address. This is not mandatory that you have to provide Microsoft account. You can provide any email address, valid Yahoo, Hotmail, Gmail, or any. If your company also providing and acknowledging, I mean you have permission to go with this information, you can also use your company account. So I have to provide my password. Okay, stay signed in. Now here you can see I have to provide my country, first name, last name, email address, and now here we can choose one option, text me or call me. Sometime you are not getting a code via text, so you can just click call me so that you can instantly receive a call and you can listen code provided by IVR. So you can remember that code and you can provide for further authentication. And also you can provide your contact number, and for both option, any one of option you must be selecting. So once you click on text me, you will be getting uh, your code, and after getting code you will be navigated to other form where you will need to provide uh, code for authentication. After that, you will be navigating another form where you will need to provide credit card information, your credit card number, expiry, and uh, another code. Okay. After that, providing your proper information, you will be charged. Uh, Please remember that your card must be uh, active for online transactions, and there must be some credit to be charged. Okay, once you charge, and then definitely you will be able to start with free tier account. So this is very simple, and after that you will be uh, uh, you will be signed in, and how dashboard will look like, let me show you. Okay, here I already logged in and I can show you. Yeah, here you can see I have already logged in with Baxi service, and here is dashboard where I can also see all the information provided by Azure Cloud. Like I can create resource at home. This is a home page, and this is a dashboard. Okay, on dashboard I can see my own created and selected all the services and tools, all resources. You can go through and list, view and create any resource. You can also view all the resources, and you also have other options like functions, SQL, Cosmos, NoSQL database. You, if you want to create virtual machines, anything which we have already done with the cloud practitioner and AWS, all these also available, but name are different. There at AWS we have EC2, and here we have virtual machine. On AWS we have DynamoDB, and here we have Cosmos. We will be actually going one by one when we start series of certifications, because next session is uh, roadmap certification, roadmap discussion. Okay, I will show you the path of certification provided by Azure, and we will be discussing every certificate with pros and cons, with roles and responsibilities, and also we will be having session on every certificate one by one. In last session, we have discussed free tier account creation in Azure and AWS. We also discussed some differences between AWS and Azure, and also some key points need to consider while creation of free tier account. On the completion of free time or credit expired, as with Azure, we also need to upgrade account with some option, otherwise we will be charged as normal. What are Azure certifications? Azure certification provide cloud professional with an industry recognized certification that demonstrate a person's expertise in a specific skill set. Microsoft offers Azure certification that are tailored to industry defined roles, which means that it's easy for professionals to choose certifications that map directly onto a specific type of IT or cloud career. These certifications are available at different levels that reflect your years of experience. Azure certifications are a way to demonstrate and validate your knowledge of specialized cloud roles. Despite this, there are numerous Azure certifications available, and you may be unsure which certification is the best fit for your need. As a result, we are on this channel makes the service to covering everything about the Azure certification learning path that you need to know in order to choose the best certification for your need. Let's discuss a little bit more about certifications. Azure certifications are essential while seeking a career in the cloud computing industry. Microsoft now has 13 Azure certifications classified into three levels: fundamental, associate, and expert. These exams are to validate your expertise in the Azure cloud and purely focus on developing knowledge and skills related to current market jobs. Let's discuss more about certification levels. Azure Microsoft has arranged its certification into four different levels, right? From beginners to expert. All the certification provided by Microsoft comes under these Azure certification path level: fundamental, associate, expert, and specialty. Let's discuss a little bit in more detail. A brief introduction I am giving you, like fundamental certification. Fundamental certification is for beginners who have started their journey into learning cloud concepts. Also, people with non-technical background can start their journey in the cloud with these certification. Associate certification: if you're already familiar with Azure, you are good to go to get these certification listed in your resume. Ooh. And expert certification: with prior experience, deep understanding, and associate level knowledge in Azure, you can get an expert certification. Mean you must have associate and basic knowledge to get expert certification. Specialty certification: specialty certification currently available for a few roles like Azure for SAP workloads and Azure for Internet of Things developer specialty. Okay, let's start a discussion. Which certification cover which domains? I mean, we will be having a diagrams apart from a chart where I will be showing you how much percent domains is covering in which certification. So let's start. Domain covered in Azure fundamentals. Actually, this certification, as name suggests, fundamentals must have every person. His domain is AI itself, data or other things, because it's a basic. I recommend this certification to be done by everyone which need to be a cloud architect, any specialist or anything, any role he or she want to avail. Domains covered in this certifications are describe cloud concepts. You see that the cloud concept must be mandatory for every certifications. Describe Azure architecture and services. You must know how the services and tools are available on cloud and how they are connected and communicate. and also describe Azure management and governance. So AZ-900 covered these domains. So let's discuss next one. Okay, next is AI 900 exam, which is equivalent to Azure Fundamentals exam. As I said that I would recommend Azure Fundamentals. Whatever exams you are going to take or we are going to prepare or whatever role you are going to avail and whatever certification you are going to do. So in this certificate, we will describe artificial intelligence workload and considerations. I mean some key features we will be discussing of artificial intelligence, which is 20 to 25%. We will also describe the fundamental principles of machine learning. Yeah, definitely, this is a fundamental certificate, and on Azure, what is workload of fundamental principles we will also discuss. We will also describe the features of computer vision workload on. Great, this features will be also available when we will start this certification session, which is 15 to 20%. We will also describe the feature of natural language processing NLP workload on Azure. So this is 25 to 30%. Okay, so let's move next certificate. So in fundamental, third category is about data certification, Azure data, where we will be discussing data concepts, which is 25 to 30%. Identify consideration of relational and non-relational data. Okay, and also we will describe the analytics workload on Azure. So this is pure certification related to Azure data, relational and non-relational, where we will be doing some analysis on basic data. So okay, move to the next. Now we moved on associate, where we will be discussing a lot of because now we will be having basic concept and knowledge of cloud, and in AZ-104 exam, we will be discussing manage Azure identities and governance. I mean how to manage identities of Azure and how to governance. Okay, how to implement and manage storage provided by Azure, and also deploy and manage Azure computer resources as well, uh, configure and manage virtual networking, monitor and backup Azure resources. So in this certification, we have a lot of more to discuss and learn when we will start AZ 104. Okay, next we have domain covered in Azure developer, right? If you want to be developer on Azure cloud, then this certification is suitable for you, which is AZ-204. In this certification, we will cover domain like develop Azure computer solutions, develop for Azure storage, implement Azure security, monitor, troubleshoot, and optimize Azure solutions, connect to and consume Azure services and third party services. So I'm not discussing weightage to just save time, because it is also available in chart and you can see as well. Next is DP100. Uh, this is Azure Data Scientist. Uh, the data scientist lovers can do this certification, which is DP100. We will be covering in this design and prepare machine learning solution, uh, explore data and train models, prepare models for deployment, deploy and retain a model. Great. These are very great practical examples we will be covering in this certification. So let's move to the next. Okay, as previous DP100 was for AI, and this again, those who have done fundamentals in data, and this is associate available for them. Okay, this is design and implement data storage, develop data processing, secure, monitor and optimize data storage and data processing. So these are very good challenges we will be practically uh, we will do practically and also with some use cases in next sections. So please move to the next. Now we have DP300, which is for administrator lover who wants to do administration on relational and non-relational databases. The domains covered in this certifications are plan and implement data platform resources, implement a secure environment, monitor, configure and optimize database resources as well, configure and manage automation of tasks. Very good. Plan and configure high availability and disaster recovery. Right. In case of high availability or disaster recovery environment, we will be doing some practical example in this certification. So next is 300, which is business intelligence data analyst provided by Microsoft Power BI. Domains are prepare the data, model the data, visualize and analyze the data, deploy and maintain assets. Actually, this certification is for those who are business lovers and do some analysis on the base of some already provided data. So you can first prepare data and train that data as a model, and then you can present in graphs and different shapes. I mean, you can visualize that data. Okay, so next is for security lover who want to be a security engineer at cloud. It's this certification is for those AZ-900. Okay, domains covered in this certificate: manage identity and access, where you need to provide create groups, create user, and then you can assign some roles. Secure networking, where you have to secure some IP, whitelisting, blacklisting, and also secure some DMZ and other resources. You can implement firewall, you have to do some routing, a lot of things. Okay, secure computing, storage, and databases as well, manage security operations. So next is AZ-303. Okay, this certification is about certified solution architect. It's very great certification, and every cloud architect must earn this certification, which is AZ-303. Domains covered in this certification: design, identity, governance, and monitoring solutions. This certification is actually providing some solution designing on the given requirement. You have to design and provide some solutions. Design data storage solutions, design business continuity solutions, design infrastructure solutions. So let's next is, I believe, last, and which is AZ 400 exam. This is actually Azure DevOps Engineer. It's a very good certification, but definitely to earn this, you must have some basics and associate certification. And in this certification, we will be covering configuring processes and communications, like some doing containerizations, Kubernetes, and creating some instances and connecting those instances and creating managing communication between those instances. Design and implement source control, right? Design and implement build and release pipeline like CI/CD, and as we have Terraform open source for different cloud platforms. Develop a secure and compliance plan. Okay, implement an instrumentation strategy. Okay, so this is last certification provided at uh, Azure Cloud. And last also we have a specialty, and we will cover also in later stage. Okay guys, we have discussed all the certification provided by Azure Cloud platform, and definitely from next session we will be discussing every certification with some use cases discussion, and then we will be covering that use case in practical examples as we did for AWS Cloud Practitioner. So be prepared and ready. We are going to do a lot and practically. Please create your free tier account so that you uh, can be available to do some practical example by yourself, and we can ask some queries and question, and then you can raise some concern with me. Okay, so see you soon on next session. Thank you. And dear viewers, in the last session we have discussed in detail about Azure certifications, fundamental, associate, expert, apart from specialty. Today we start with our first certification in detail, Azure Fundamental AZ-900. This certification is a common starting point in a journey towards a career in Azure. Are you new to the cloud? Oh, you are on the right channel. Actually, Microsoft Azure Fundamental is a three-part series. Today we will cover cloud concepts only, with hands-on exercise to deploy your first service for free. We will complete all of the learning paths in this series. If you are preparing for exam AZ-900, I mean Microsoft Azure Fundamentals. So let me describe you cloud concept today. Prerequisites are basic familiarity with IT terms and concepts, mean basic information about information technology and computer science. And learning objectives are actually upon completion of this module, you will be able to define cloud computing, number one. Number two, describe the shared responsibility model as well. Number three, define cloud models including public, private, and hybrid. Number four, identify appropriate use cases for each cloud model. Number five, describe the consumption-based model. And number six is compare cloud pricing model. Okay, cloud computing. Cloud computing is the delivery of computer services over the internet, right? These include actually common IT infrastructure such as Azure VM, Azure Storage, Azure Databases, and Azure Networking. Cloud services also expand the traditional IT offerings to include things like um, Internet of Things, okay, Azure Machine Learning, and Azure AI. Let's see cloud computing in action.
What is cloud computing? Just like when you shop for your own computer, cloud computing lets you choose the power and features you need to run your software. The difference is, with cloud computing, the PC is in a cloud provider's data center instead of physically with you. This lets you pay for only the services you use. Plus, someone else gets to manage the upkeep of the computer. Each cloud provider will have their own selection of services to choose from, but the basic services provided by all cloud providers are compute power and storage. Compute power is how much processing your computer can do. For example, when buying a home computer, you may choose a computer with 8 GB of RAM and the latest processor to run the software you need today. But as the load on the computer grows, you find that it slows down. With cloud computing, you can add and remove compute power as you need it. This saves on costs, since you only pay for the resources you use. Storage is the volume of data you can store on your computer. A traditional computer has limited hard drive space. Over time, you may have to run out and buy another hard drive to store more data. With cloud computing, you can request more storage as you need it. Cloud providers manage the upkeep of the computer, so you don't have to. They will make sure that there are backups, that the operating system is up to date, as well as making sure that everything is up and running 24 hours a day. So as your business grows and your computing needs change, you can quickly bring on new computing resources in a cost-effective way.
Okay, guys, we have watched the difference of cloud. So, computing, we don't need to purchase any machine, hard drive, RAM, and we can increase and decrease it on the basis of our requirements. Also, same for databases and other things like internet and other resources and tools on the cloud. Okay, the second is shared responsibility model. In this diagram, we highlights how the shared responsibility model informs who is responsible for what depending on cloud services type, right? Uh, you may have heard about the shared responsibility model, but you may not understand what it means and how it impacts on the cloud computing. Start with traditional corporate data center. The company is responsible for maintaining the physical space, ensuring security, and maintaining or replacing servers if anything happens. The IT department is responsible for maintaining all the infrastructure and software needed to keep the data center up and running as well. They are also likely to be responsible for keeping all systems patched and on the correct version. This is very big responsibility if we do all of this on premises. With the shared responsibility model, the responsibility gets shared between the cloud provider and consumer. Physical security, power, cooling, and network connectivity are the responsibility of the cloud provider. That's it. The consumer is not co-located with the data center, so it would not make sense for consumer to have any of those responsibility. Very good, awesome. At the same time, consumer is responsible for data and information stored in the cloud. You would not want the cloud provider to be able to read your information. The consumer is also responsible for access security, meaning you only give access to those who need it. Then, for some things, the responsibility depends on the situation. If you are using a cloud SQL database, the cloud provider would be responsible for maintaining the actual database. However, you are still responsible for the data that gets ingested into the database. If you deployed a virtual machine and installed an SQL database on it, you had you had be responsible for database patches and updates as well as maintaining the data and information stored in the database. With on-premises data center, you are responsible for everything. With cloud computing, those responsibilities shift. The shared responsibility model is heavily tied into the cloud service types. We will cover later in this learning path. Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Infrastructure as a service, you can see in the diagram, places the most responsibility on the consumer, with the cloud provider being responsible for the basics of physical security, power, and connectivity. On the other end of the spectrum, software as a service places most of the responsibility with the cloud provider. So, platform as a service being a middle ground between infrastructure as a service and software as a service. We can say IaaS and SaaS. Rest somewhere in the middle of in the middle and evenly distributes responsibility between the cloud provider and the consumer. When using a cloud provider, you will always be responsible for the below the information and data stored in the cloud. Number one, devices that are allowed to connect to your cloud, like cell phones, computers, and X. Third is accounts and identities of the people, services, and devices within your organization. Cloud provider is always responsible for like physical data center. I mean where resources should be hosted, physical network, all the alignment and connectivity between the resources and the components on the cloud, even those are public or private, and physical host like virtual machine and storage devices. Okay, your service model will determine responsibility for things like operating systems. Okay, you have to consider which kind of operating system you want from cloud. Network controls, which kind of network controls your network security and group security, uh, authentication mechanism. It's up to you. It's up to you and your requirements. That will be model your required infrastructure. And also applications, which kind of application you want to host as well. Okay, guys, as we are working on our first certification, Azure Fundamentals, AZ-900. We have covered define cloud computing, describe the shared responsibility model for today. And tomorrow we'll be working on rest of the points like define cloud models, including private, public, and hybrid, and identity appropriate use cases for each cloud model. We will also try to cover the rest of as well, like consumption based model and pricing model. Azure certification are a way to demonstrate and validate your knowledge of specialized cloud roles. Despite this, there are numerous Azure certification available. Uh, and you may be unsure which certification is the best fit for your needs. As a result, we are on this channel to covering everything about the Azure certification learning path that you need to know in order to choose the best certification for your needs. So please stay with us and keep commenting. Don't forget to like and share in your circle. And also, please subscribe if you have not. This session is continuity of the previous session. In the previous session, we have discussed cloud computing concepts and shared responsibility model. Today, we will start from third feature, cloud models, and rest of. So recall learning objectives, define cloud computing and basic concepts we have covered, describe the shared responsibility model we have in detail and in depth we have discussed a lot of about it. And let's start with the third one, how we can choose cloud model. Actually, there are different cloud models, public, private, and hybrid, right? And actually, selection of these models, it depends on organizations or company, its needs and its resources allocation and all of about business. So let's see one by one. Okay, actually, basic we have four cloud options, and let's discuss first one, private cloud. How and when we can select this option? Let's go through a little bit description. A private cloud is typically defined as everything defined a company's walls, behind the company's walls. Okay. These kinds of systems operate in a company's local data centers, although some companies prefer to use collocated data center facilities. So actually, it's all about who will manage, who will maintain all the resources, tools, and technology within private cloud. It's all responsibility of consumer. Let's see with example in a diagram. Here you can see we have Let's suppose VPN appliances. It's a on-premises network. Let's suppose there are three systems. Here you can see on the left side. These are connected with the cloud application subnet, which is private hosted. So actually, from on-premises to private, it's all about connection, maintenance, networking, management, and monitoring. Everything will be done by company, and also this will be responsibility of company, and companies can share access to this private cloud to its third party. Let's suppose if we are going to integrate with any application or utility of Facebook, Google, or any other hosted company hosted on private cloud, it's responsibility and authority of company who can access, give us access or not. Okay, so no one can access private cloud until unless its owner, I mean its consumer, which have purchased these services, allow to the third party. Otherwise, itself local company which have acquired this private cloud, it will be only using uh, uh, with on-premises connection, and it can only use by itself. Okay, so let's move to the next one. What is public cloud? Public cloud includes a whole host of services and companies. Most common names are AWS and Microsoft's Azure, IBM, Google, among others. However, you may also hear software as a service, and such as Microsoft Office 365 included in the definition. So public clouds mean, as we have simple example, AWS, Amazon Web Services, and Azure, IBM, Google. So these are public clouds. Anyone can consume, anyone can have access, anyone can purchase services upon their own needs. So public mean anyone can uh, connect, and anyone can consume and acquire services, but it depends on the contract with cloud. It may be long term, it may be short term, it may be usage basis, as you use, as you pay. So it's all about contract and need. So let me show you in diagram how this works. Here you can see organization applications, access into public network, where we have Azure, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, which are big public clouds. So this company is acquiring these public cloud on their needs, on their contract, whatever decided. Okay. So any consumer, any customer can directly communicate and connect with the public cloud. Also, these public clouds have limited option with free tier as well, but uh, definitely enterprise and corporate level, you have a big contract, and you have to do some calculation before acquiring public cloud. Okay, let's move to the next. Okay, next is hybrid cloud. It's a simple hybrid mean combination of private and public. Let's see the definition. A hybrid cloud deployment most typically describe a situation in which a company is operating both a private cloud and a public cloud. In general, in a hybrid cloud environment, the private and public services are integrated with one another. So you can think like few features you have privatized, where you have to manage and have access, and you can allow connection with your own system and with third party where you need. And public cloud, you have don't need to manage, you don't need to take care of resources and everything, but you will be paying for that, for those services on public cloud. Okay, so next is multi-cloud. Let's see what multi-cloud option we have. Actually, multi-cloud is a simple when we have more than one cloud features available, when we have more than one clouds services and contracted, then it's a multi-cloud. Let's suppose you have few services acquired from AWS, Amazon Web Services. You have few services acquired and purchased from Azure and some are from Google. So it's a multi-cloud. Sometimes it's happened when you started with some public cloud and later on you see that there is cost effective and suitable resources and services available with other clouds. So you can integrate with more than one cloud and it's called multi-cloud. In this chart, we can again review public, private, and hybrid cloud. In public cloud, no capital expenditure to scale up. It's mean you don't need to purchase resources. You don't need to scale vertically or horizontally. You don't need to manage all of this about scaling. Scaling means increasing in your resources processor wise, memory wise, or any other storage wise. So application can be quickly provision and deprovision. It's mean you can quickly acquire application, any resource, any tools, and you can also quickly can deprovision. Mean you can release to save your cost. Let's suppose in on premises, if you have purchased something, then you have to keep it for further use and you have to take care of that resources all the time even and later on it will be usable or not. So third is organization pay only what they use. This is the same thing that you whatever you use you can just pay and you can acquire, you can use. Organizations don't have complete control over resources and security because you don't need to maintain organizations resources security as we have discussed. So it's a private cloud. Organizations have complete control over resource and security. We have discussed if we have purchased, if we have contracted private cloud, then we have to take care all about it. Data is not collocated with other organization data. So without your PVN, no one can access and acquire your data until unless you allow it. Okay, hardware must be purchased for startup and maintenance. It's a simple because you have to purchase some servers, you have to purchase some buildings. It's safe for safety. You have to implement networking, each and everything. But you don't need uh, yes, you need it everything for when you go for private cloud. But you don't need all of this when you have go for public cloud. So organizations are responsible for hardware maintenance and updates. So actually it's a vice versa. If you have a public cloud option, then you don't need to do it. Otherwise, if you have a private option, then you need to take care all of it. They you know that hybrid cloud, it's a combination of all of this. If you are with hybrid cloud, provide the most flexibility. Okay, because what you need you can prioritize, but you need short time or cost effective things you can acquire on the base of contract or as you go as you pay. Organizations determine where to run the application. Organization can determine they can have option multi-cloud or even hybrid. If they need, okay, we have to run something on premises, you have to run and manage something on cloud, but it should be prioritized. We have to manage and control it. Other things you can uh, go with uh, public cloud, and it will become hybrid. Organization controls security, compliance, or legal requirements. Its responsibility in hybrid to 50-50. Whatever the option they can select. Okay, next is consumption based model, and you have to think about which model do you need, because in future you definitely pricing will be your base main concern. So some companies choose subscription based model, some companies use consumption based model. So let me elaborate a little bit more on it. Okay, when comparing IT infrastructure models, there are two types of expenses to consider. Okay, I mean, if you are going to choose consumption based model, two types you have to take care. Capital expenditure, it's mean all buildings, material, resources, alignment, maintenance, networking, resources, everything you have to, and operational expenditure. And second is how you will be managing, maintaining, monitoring all of this. So, capital expenditure is typically on one time upfront expenditure to purchase and secure tangible resources. Tangible resources mean non-movable, like a building, repaying the parking lot, building a data center, or buying a company vehicle are examples of capital expenditure. In contrast, operational expenditure is spending money on services or products over time. Renting a convention center, leasing a company vehicle, or signing up for cloud services are all example of operation expenditure. Cloud computing falls under operation expenditure because cloud computing operates on a consumption based model. With cloud computing, you don't pay for the physical infrastructure. This is a very big advantage. The electricity, security, anything else associated with maintaining a data center as well. Instead, you pay for the IT resources you use. You don't use any IT resources this month. You don't pay for any IT resources. Let's suppose if you are consumption model with cloud, if any resources is available but you're not using, you don't need to pay. This consumption based model has many benefits like no upfront cost, no need to purchase and manage costly infrastructure that users might not use to its fullest potential, the ability to pay for more resources when they are needed, the ability to stop paying for resources that are no longer needed. So, actually, with a traditional data center, you try to estimate the future resources need. If you overestimate, you spend more on your data center than you need to need and potentially waste money. If you underestimate, your data center will quickly uh, reach capacity, and your applications and services may suffer from decreased performance. Fixing an under-provisioned data center can take a long time. You may need to order, receive, and install more hardware as well. You will also need to add power, cooling, networking for extra hardware. So, in a cloud-based model, you don't have to worry about getting the resources needs just right. If you find that you need more virtual machines, you add more. If you demand drops and you don't need as many virtual machines, you remove. Either way, you are only paying for the virtual machines that you use, not the extra capacity that the cloud provider has on hand. Okay, guys, it's the last feature of AZ-900 Cloud Fundamental Certification, and this one is first certification we are completing. What is this? Actually, when we look into pricing, cloud computing is the delivery of computing services over the internet by using a pay-as-you-go pricing model. So whatever you use, you only pay for that. You typically pay only for the cloud services you use, which helps you. What help? Plan and manage your operating costs, run your infrastructure more efficiently, scale your business needs change. To put in another way, cloud computing is a way to rent compute power and storage from someone else's data centers. You can treat cloud resources like you would resources in your own data center. uh, I mean, if you have rented, but you can think like it's your own. However, unlike in your own data center, when you are done using cloud resources, when you have done all of this and you don't need to anymore, you can give them back, and only you will build only for what you use. This is a good benefit. Instead of maintaining CPUs and storage in your data center, you rent them for the time what you need them. The cloud provider takes care of maintaining the underlying infrastructure for you. The cloud enables you to quickly solve your toughest business challenges and bring cutting edge solutions to your users. Okay, guys, great. Today we have covered all the features in cloud Azure Cloud Fundamentals. It's first certification AZ-900, which we covered cloud computing, responsibility shared model, all cloud option like private, hybrid, and also public. And we have also discussed use cases of each cloud model. We have also discussed this consumption-based model. It's mean whatever you use, you can only pay for that. We also have gone through the pricing. So thank you. Keep it watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe if you have not subscribed. Otherwise, please keep watching and share in your circle. So we will be presenting soon next session, our next certificate of the fundamentals, which may be AI or data science. Thank you. In last session, we have discussed cloud computing part 1 and cloud computing part 2, and now today we will be discussing cloud concepts in detail. And so let's start. So today, learning objective was describe the benefits of high availability and scalability in the cloud, also benefits of reliability and predictability in the cloud, benefits of security and governance in the cloud, apart from manageability in the cloud. So let's study and understand all of these benefits one by one.
A service level agreement, or SLA, is a standard industry term. It's the formal agreement between a service provider and customer that guarantees the customer a stated level of service. The service provider may be a commercial company providing the service, like Microsoft when you use Azure services. But SLAs are also used inside organizations in an agreement between the IT department and the business users. Let's look at what SLAs mean for Azure. Azure service level agreements are represented as a percentage related to the service or application's availability. This availability is also known as uptime. If the service was always available to use, you'd say it was 100% available, or it had 100% uptime. An SLA also commonly includes details like what is defined as downtime when the service is unavailable, and any credit you may be entitled to if the SLA is not met. In reality, 100% uptime is difficult and expensive to achieve because it allows no time for taking the service down for required maintenance or upgrades. It would also require duplicating every single component in case one component failed, and would require those backup components to pick up the service tasks with zero interruption to the customer. For these reasons, SLAs of 99%, 99.9%, and 99.95% are more common. 99.99% is also available in some services in Azure. Is there a big difference in a service that's 99% available versus one that's 99.9% available? Yes. A service with a 99% SLA percentage can be unavailable for up to 1.6 hours per week or 7.2 hours per month and still be 99% available. That time is cumulative, which means it can be added up over multiple incidents of the service being unavailable. A service with a 99.9 SLA percentage can be unavailable for only 10 minutes per week, or 43.2 minutes per month. That's clearly a big difference. If the service is critical to your business, minutes versus hours of downtime can make a big difference. But highly available services do come at an extra cost. Each Azure service has its own SLA. Familiarize yourself with them prior to designing any application that runs on Azure to ensure you're optimizing availability against your business needs.
Guys, you have seen the difference and service level agreement provided by Azure Microsoft. So there is also mentioned the difference between 99 versus 99.99%. Okay, so there is also, when you accumulate all of this, it's become number of minutes when we go for week, and number of hours when we go for even for a month. So as in a simple way, availability mean whenever you require a resource, whenever you need and you demand any extra availability of the resources or tools and technologies, Microsoft Azure will be providing as per SLA. And also scalability mean it's also mentioned that whenever you need some more extra powers, let's suppose you have two VM already in SLA and you need third one as per your demand, as per your workload, it will be added automatically. We also have vertical scaling and horizontal. Vertical mean adding more processing power, memories within a same resource. Horizontal mean adding more resources, similar resources in a row. So let's move to the next. So it's a reliability and predictability. What does it mean? Reliability mean, in if I put an example in traditional system, when you have some system servers and some resources up and running on your on premises, and you get some failure with the storage, with processing power, when anything networking issues, so there is less confidence. We are not reliable as much as possible. So what cloud provide reliability is, it's a responsibility to keep the functioning even if something get failed. So you will not get your services down or failure, because it's a architecture, design and resources available 99.99% available. Okay, if we talk about predictability, definitely our focus becomes on performance and cost. So how can you can predict the performance before your resources get with the low performance? You have to have some alerts and management system. You have to you if you your performance getting down, then you have to allocate some more resources. If you need computational power, processing power, storage, definitely it's cloud responsibility to predict all of these and allocate the needed resources. Same goes for cost. If your resources are not being used, definitely you don't want to pay for that. And it's all, again, service level agreement, and cloud provider responsibility to remove the resources which are not anymore use. Okay, so what is next? Next is benefits of security and governance in the cloud. So, guys, if you talk about the benefits of security and governance in the cloud, so definitely you need to follow some standards, and you need to and compliance when you are going to avail some resources on the cloud. So definitely we have discussed different model options like infrastructure as a service, software as a service, platform as a service. So let's suppose if you go for infrastructure as a service, then definitely you have to take care about all of these. But you don't need when you choose any model available from the cloud. Cloud is available to take care all of this government regulatory requirements, any corporate standard to be meet. Okay, all of this it's a responsibility of cloud, like software patches and any updates to be done automatically and applied. So which helps both governance and security. And same if you goes for security, then definitely um, if you want maximum control of security, infrastructure as a service provide you the both physical resources, but lets you manage the operating system and install software. Definitely if you are going to infrastructure as a service, all of these things you have to do it, including patches and maintenance as well. So if you want patches and maintenance taken care of automatically, platform as a service or software as a service deployments may be the best cloud strategies for you. So, by establishing a good governance footprint early, you can keep your cloud footprint updated, secure, and well managed. So, next, and I hope last is manageability in the cloud. So, guys, what is manageability? I mean, what you need on kind of managerial task on the cloud. What cloud benefits are about manageability option. There are two types of manageability of option in the cloud. One is management of the cloud, and second is management in the cloud. If you talk about management of the cloud, it may be automatically scale resources, deployment based on need. So you don't need to deploy if you need some extra resources. It will be done automatically. Deploy resources based on pre-configured template, removing the need for manual configuration. So it will automatically remove as it um, we said that automatically addition, and it also be can done automatically removal of the resources. Also monitor and health of resources and automatically replace failing resources. If your any VM get failed, definitely cloud automatically get shift another VM with same configuration, same resources. Your system will not get down. So another is receive automatic alerts based on configured metrics. So you are aware of performance in the real time. So second option is management in the cloud. Management in the cloud speaks to how you are able to manage your cloud environment and resources. You can manage these through a web portal, you can manage these through a command line, any API, PowerShell. Okay, so this was the last tip on cloud concepts. So by tomorrow we will be discussing architecture and infrastructure of the cloud, which is the also part of this certification AZ-900 Azure Cloud Fundamentals. So guys, let's start with our knowledge check. What we have gone through cloud concepts with different options like scalability, predictability, availability, security, governance, and manageability as well. So let's see we can pass or not. Okay. First question is, which type of scaling involves adding and removing resources such as virtual machines or container to meet demand? So guys, as you explained that any addition with same resource, it's mean horizontal scaling. And addition or removal. Okay, it's a horizontal. And vertical, what is vertical? Vertical mean within a system. Let's say you have a application and you need more processing power within a same VM. If you have DB and you need some storage, extra storage with same DB, so that is vertical. If you are adding more resource, same another resource, then it's a horizontal. So I will say it's a horizontal. Let's see. Okay, what is the characterized as the ability of the system to recover from failure and continue to function? So cloud also promised with us that it will be continue to work in any case of failure. It will not impact on any functioning. So definitely we will go for reliability. If we already talk about scalability, and what about the predictability? It's in advance failure of cost, performance, and etc. Alerts and notification. So definitely uh, it will be reliability. So we are reliable that our application will not get down, our services will be running without any uh, decommission. So let me check the answer. Okay, great. So we have got 600 XP. Sorry, congratulations, you earned experience points of completing the knowledge check. Okay, thank you. Review the answers. We have also passed this exam, and let's start next, and we also do the same. In last session, we have discussed cloud concepts part 3, and this in this session we will be discussing core architecture component, right, where we will be describing uh, actually learning objective of this part 4 is discussion on Azure regions, region pairs, I mean connection of these region, how can we can make pair of more than one region, sovereign region, which is almost similar to private cloud, but it's not exactly private. Availability zone, Azure data centers, resources and resource groups. Describes, we will be describing subscriptions, management groups, hierarchy of resource groups, subscription and management groups. So let's start with first option about region pairs and sovereign regions. So recall in general what Azure is and what are components. So let's have a brief introduction, and then we will be discussing every aspect, every point one by one.
What is Azure? Azure is Microsoft's cloud computing platform with an ever-expanding set of services to help you build solutions to meet your business goals. Azure supports infrastructure, platform, and software as a service computing with services such as virtual machines running in the cloud, website and database hosting, and advanced computing services like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and IoT. Most of Azure's services are pay-as-you-go. You only pay for the computing time that you use. If your business needs complete control over your computing environment, Azure allows you to host virtual machines in the cloud. You can create virtual machines from scratch, upload your own virtual hard drive, or choose from an array of templates that Azure provides. Azure also provides cloud-based storage, which allows you to store your application or backup data safely and securely. Azure's App Services provide a scalable hosting platform where developers can create web-based applications using popular development frameworks. You can easily deploy, operate, and scale your apps in a fully managed environment. With Azure Functions, you can create event-driven, serverless applications with no coding required. Azure Container instances and Azure Kubernetes Service allow you to deploy containerized applications with fully managed services. Azure offers a choice of fully managed relational and in-memory databases, spanning proprietary and open-source engines, and Microsoft's Cosmos DB provides support for several popular NoSQL APIs. Azure's artificial intelligence and machine learning services empower developers and data scientists with a wide range of productive experiences for building, training, and deploying machine learning models faster. Azure's regional data centers allow you to distribute your applications globally, so you can locate your data and apps where they're needed most, thereby improving your application performance for your customers. The Azure portal lets you create, configure, and control all your services and resources from a single, easy-to-use web-based interface. Microsoft Azure offers a wide array of cloud computing services, where infrastructure management, scalability, availability, and security are handled for you, saving you time and money.
To understand regions, region pairs, and sovereign regions, in this example diagram you can see that it's a whole world, and then whole globally it is distributed in region. Let's say you can say South Asia, USA, Asia Pacific, India. So then this is distributed into further regions, region 1, region 2, region 3, and then every region have some we can say uh, every region must have zone. You can see region 2 have availability zone 1, availability zone 2, and availability zone 3. Same can goes for region 1, region 3. Any region may have more than one zone as well, because it depend on the area. Let's suppose if you are going to deploy your resources, you are in Pakistan and you are going to deploy your resources, and you see that this application is more relevant to Saudi Arabia based, USA based, then definitely you will be deploying your application in that region. Okay, in that region you will see which availability zone you best for you. So if in Saudi Arabia your zone is Riyadh, then definitely you will select that zone, so that traffic latency and traffic load and other rest of parameters should be met, and your application can perform very well. So you can see in the diagram as well, availability zone 2 have more further availability set. These are the data centers provided by cloud, and these data centers can be owned any consumer, I mean any customer. If you are a consumer and customer, you have some kind of subscription, you have some contract, and then you can deploy your application in this data center. You can own this as a private, and you can also acquire as public. So you can make also this zone or region as a sovereign region. So let's discuss what is further region pair. So here in this diagram you can see we have two region. Uh, in region 1 we have availability zone 1, 2, 3, and also in region 2 we also have three zones. So let's see why we need region pair. Let's suppose uh, we need synchronization between two regions, some kind of applications, and if you want that in if something you have available in region 1 and you don't want to be redundancy or duplication in region 2, then definitely you will make connection with your region 1 to get the access of those resources. And second option can be that in any case of failure, let's suppose if you don't want to be have resources in within one region, in any case is in that region is mishap, destroyed, or not available in any case of incident, then you cloud responsibility is to move automatically your traffic to region 2. So these are the concept of region pairs, so that you can use for backup, you can use for centralization something. So there are number of benefits and reasons to use region pairs. Actually, in short, we can say that if one zone goes down in any due to any reason, the other continues working. Okay, okay. And now it's a sovereign regions. In addition to regular region, Azure also has sovereign regions. Sovereign regions are instances of Azure that are isolated from the main instance of Azure. Okay, so some regulations, compliance to meet some securities. You need some another region isolated and for different purposes, then you go for sovereign region, and this is Azure providing. You may need to use sovereign region for compliance and legal purposes, as I described you. And as you can see in the diagram, we also have private cloud, we also have sovereign cloud, and sovereign cloud is connected to other public clouds. So this is the main difference between private and sovereign region. In case you need some more security, some more manageability to be private other than private cloud, then you can go for sovereign region. Okay, so let's see what is next. So, explanation for you to make it more clear. Here in this diagram, you can also see that we have data center which is connected to two regions, and below we have region pairs with different availability zone. So we have discussed already, and this is again just different diagram to explain you and get more in more detail. So next is resource and resource groups. In this diagram, you can see that I tried to explain you in a simple way. When you create a resource, you must have that resource in resource group. Okay, I mean first you have management group, then subscription. Under subscription, you have some resource groups, and any resource must have the part of resource group, and any resource within one resource group cannot be part of another resource group, and any permission applied to resource group will automatically be applied to all the resources in that group. So these are the basic concepts which I want to explain you. Actually, the resource groups are simply grouping of resources. When you create a resource, you are required to place into a resource group. Resource group provide convenient way to group resources together. When you apply an action to a resource group, that action will apply all resources within the resource group. If you delete resource group, all the resources will be deleted. If you grant or deny any access to resource group, you have granted or denied access to all the resources within the resource group. When you are provisioning resources, it's good to think about the resource group structure that best suits your need, right? For example, if you are setting up a temporary dev environment, grouping all the resources together means you can deprovision all the associated resources at once by deleting the resource group. If you are provisioning compute resources that will need three different access schemas, it may be best to group resource based on the access schema and the assign access at the resource group level. So next is Azure subscription, and let me explain that as well. In Azure, subscription are a unit of management. I mean billing and scale. Similar to show resource groups are the way to logically organize resources. Subscription allow you to logically organize your resource groups and facilitate billing. In this diagram, you can see we have one Azure account, and you have different subscription like dev subscription, test subscription, production subscription. So that subscription might be billing differently. They have different boundary. They have different access control. Okay, so you can have subscription environmental based, structure based, billing based. So and then we have management group, a final piece of management group, like resource are gathered into resource groups and resource groups are gathered into subscription. If you are just starting a Azure, that might seem like enough hierarchy to keep things organized. But imagine if you are dealing with multiple applications, multiple development teams in multiple geographies. So for that reason, you have management group, subscription, and resource group. So in this example, you have seen all this hierarchy and example. So let's move to the exercise and earn some more points. Let's start knowledge check. Choose the best response for each question. So we have gone through all the information and description in this era of cloud infrastructure, core component of cloud infrastructure. And now let's test our knowledge. How many resource uh, group, how many resource group can a resource be in at a same time? It's mean a resource group, let's say you have a resource, one resource VM. It's saying that that VM can be part of more than one resource. I think no. So any resource can be same time in one resource. Okay, and what happens to the resources within a resource group when an action or setting at the resource group level is applied? So it's saying that if you have number of resources within a group and you apply settings, later on if you add another resource, those settings will be applied in new resources as well. So uh, the settings is applied to current and future resources, because whatever resource will be part of that resource group, uh, all the policies and rules will be applied automatically. So I will go for this option. And third is what Azure features replicates resources across regions that are at least 300 miles away from each other. So actually we have to know the within 300 miles which features Azure provide us. It's a region pairs, availability zones, or sovereign zones. So sovereign zones, regions, it's not belongs to this. So availability zones can be any within any region. So because it's all about the 300 miles, and definitely why the distance matters when we pair regions. So this is the limit you can go for pair the regions. So I will select this one, and let's see uh, how many points we earn. Oh, great. You earned almost 400 points. And let's see, review the answer. Great. We have covered this session as well. And we will be discussing next part in part 5, your management and governance. So let's see you tomorrow. Keep in touch, and please don't forget to subscribe if you have not. Otherwise, keep watching and sharing in your circle. And also, please provide your comments so that we can improve the area where you want. And also mention any topic so that in future I can add in pipeline. I can made some video and create some video and provide you on this channel. Thank you. In last session, we have discussed core architecture component part 4, and Today we will be discussing cost management part 5, and this is the last part of this certification as your fundamental AZ-900. So let's review what are the learning objectives. First one is the factors that can affect costs in Azure. So there are a number of factors like storage, computation power, networking, any other tool or resources we are going to select. We have to take care some factors. Okay. And second is price calculator and total cost of ownership calculator. Whatever we have calculated the price for those selected infrastructure or softwares or any resources provided by cloud, Azure Cloud, we can compare with the tool provided by Azure TCO, total cost of ownership. Then we have Microsoft Cost Management Tool. Okay, it's a good that it's also providing us cost management tool where we can view reports and etc. So last one is purpose of tags. So we will be going one by one. First, we have to go through all what are the tools and features provided by Azure Cloud. So let's have a look in a short video first. Then we will be discussing one by one.
How much does Azure cost? The answer to this common question depends on many factors, such as services used, workloads, networking needs, and storage requirements. Azure provides several tools to help you understand your costs and savings when moving to the cloud. First, the Total Cost of Ownership, or TCO, calculator helps you understand the cost savings of operating your solution on Azure compared to your on-premises data center. Define your workloads by specifying your current on-premises infrastructure based on servers, databases, storage, and networking. Then you can make adjustments to costs based on your location and organization. Finally, you can view a report that shows your costs and savings over time. The second useful tool is the pricing calculator, which can help you determine which Azure services best fit your budget. As you select your subscriptions, services, resources, and third-party solutions, you can add up your costs. You can make adjustments for regions, billing options, dev test pricing, and support options. This can give you a good estimate of the costs of your plans. To monitor your actual costs, you can use the Azure Advisor. It can make recommendations around unused resources and ways to optimize your services. You can also set spending limits on your costs to prevent accidental cost overruns. By using these tools, you can monitor your costs while tracking your overall long-term savings of moving to the cloud.
Okay, guys, as we have seen the factors that can impact on Azure cost in Azure. So Azure actually shift development cost from capital expense of building out and maintaining infrastructure and facilitate to an operational expense of renting infrastructure as you need it, whether it is compute, storage, networking, and so on. Operational expense cost can be impacted with few things like resource type, consumption, maintenance, geography, subscription type, and also Azure Marketplace. If you talk about one by one, like resource type, so you have to take care when you go for resource type. It is either virtual machine, it is either if you're going to for compute, definitely you will be selecting virtual machine. If you are going to select for storage, definitely you will be going for NoSQL, SQL, I mean relational, non-relational, or any kind of data. To store any kind of data, definitely you will be selecting blob. So you have to take care because to avoid extra cost and billing, we have to understand the business requirements and as per as the implementation point of view. So if you talk about second factor, consumption, definitely we have a different model. We can go with the pay as you go, or you can also set amount of cloud resources in advance and receive discounts on it. So there are also different model for consumption, and third one is maintenance. The flexibility of the cloud makes it possible to rapidly adjust resources based on demand. Okay, using resource groups can help keep all of your resources organized. So if you let's suppose, in order to control cost, it's important to maintain your cloud environment. For example, every time you provision a VM virtual machine, additional resources such as storage and networking are also provisioned. Definitely, if you deprovision the VM, those additional resources may not deprovision at the same time, either intentionally or unintentionally. So, by keeping an eye on your resources and making sure you are not keeping around resources that are no longer needed, you can help control cloud cost as well. So third is geography. If you are going to select some region, definitely some region may cost differently. Okay, so it's not necessary that South Asia will be equivalent to Pakistan or Saudi Arabia or any other country. So definitely, because it also depends on geographia region, you have to take care while selecting a region. You may need to put your resource middle of the region. You can target of the region. So there are different options. Same goes for network traffic. Billing zones are a factor in determining the cost of Azure services. Bandwidth refers to data moving in and out of Azure data centers. Some inbound traffic data going into Azure data centers are free. For outbound data centers, data leaving Azure data center, I mean from Azure to publicly, going outside Azure to outside, data transfer pricing based on zones as well. So fifth one is subscription type. Some Azure subscription types also include usage allowances, which affect cost as well. For example, an Azure free trial subscription provide access to a number of Azure products that are free for 12 months. It also includes credit to spend within your first 30 days of sign up. You will get access to more than 25 products that are always free. So also you have to take care your subscription type. If let's say you are working with free tier and you are using any resource which is not available, then definitely overbilling you will be paid. If you have purchased some subscription for a limited time, to have to take care of time that after subscription time, definitely cloud can bill extra charges. So it's also last one, Azure Marketplace lets you purchase Azure based solutions and services from third party vendors. So whenever you are going to select an resource, you can use Azure resource, and also you can use third party. If you see that third party is providing uh, less expensive than Azure, then definitely you will be using third party. Either most of the companies also go for open source to less expenses. So these are the main factors that also we need to take care while going on cloud infrastructure. So next we will be discussing comparing of price and total cost of ownership calculator. So let's see how to do this. As we have pricing calculator apart from OTV calculator. Actually, with pricing calculator, you can estimate the cost of any provision resource, including compute, storage, and associated network cost. You can even account for different storage option like storage type, XX tier, and redundancy as well. So there are different examples and tabs. So we will be discussing all of this later in detail as well. Here is note, the pricing calculator is for information purpose only. The prices are only an estimate, right? Nothing is provision when you have added resource to the pricing calculator, and you will not be charged for any service you selected. So this is just for testing. Next we have TCO calculator. TCO calculator is designed to help you compare the cost of running an on-premises infrastructure compared to an Azure cloud infrastructure. Let's suppose you have also running your infrastructure on premises. You have some servers, machines, storage devices, also database servers on your within infrastructure on premises, and you want to just compare the prices before going to Azure cloud. You need to calculate and compare the comparison. Okay, if I have purchased my machine in my company, and this is the total cost it is paying for that. And let's suppose I have server, in-house server, and total cost I am consuming is $100 a month. Then I will use TCO calculator to compare all of those. Okay. TCO calculator then compare the anticipated cost of your current environment with the Azure environment supporting the same infrastructure requirement. So with TCO calculator, same server, you can do estimate if we have on cloud for a month. So either it is equal to $100, or maybe you are using your that server a few days a month, then definitely on premises you are paying for a month, but on cloud you are paying for only those specific days. So with TCO calculator, you enter your configuration, add an assumption like power and IT labor cost, and are presented with an estimation of the cost difference to run the same environment in your current data center in an Azure. Actually, to estimate workload cost by using this price calculator, you need to define your requirements, right? And then uh, in while exploring this price calculator, as first estimate your solution. You can add services to the estimate, as compute, database, networking, whatever service you need. And also you need to configure services to match your requirements. Let's suppose under virtual machine, we can see these values. We can configure region, operating system type, tier, instance, and virtual machine, right? So because every configuration and selection will impact on your cost. And also when you will go for SQL database on Azure, you also need to select all of this, in which region you need your database, which type you need of database. Is it SQL, non-SQL, blob, or even single or multi? So also backup storage tier you have to select, purchase order, service tier, compute tier, generation, instance as well. So you can also go for application gateway, and same configuration you might configure for your gateway as well. So after doing this, then you can review, share, and save your estimate. Okay, you can also export this to forward your relevant department, because when you go for this infrastructure, your relevant department ask you to, okay, these are the requirements, and do estimate and share with us. Okay, so guys, to conclude quickly, because it's a practical, when we will start practical example, definitely we will be doing all of this apart from TCO calculator as well. So here you can see Azure also provide us cost management, where we can configure our budgets alerts, credit alerts, as well as department spending quota alerts. So this is all about practice, and definitely we will be doing some practice and will sharing with you the session how to use price calculator, how to use OTC ownership calculator tool, and how to use cost management as well. So guys, next and last is our purpose of tags, why we use tags, and how to use tags. So for example, as your cloud usage grows, it is increasingly important to stay organized, right? A good organization strategy helps you understand your cloud usage and can help you manage costs. One way to organize related resources is to place them in their own subscriptions, uh, your own group. You can also use resource group to manage related resource. So third way is resource tags are another way to organize your resource. Tags actually provide extra information or metadata about your resource. This metadata is useful. Actually, resource tag consists of name and value. You can assign one or more tags to each resource. Okay, so keep in mind that you don't need to enforce that a specific tag is present on all of your resources, right? For example, you might decide that only mission critical resources have the same impact tag. All non-tagged resources would then not be considered as mission critical. So actually, what what actually tag using is useful for. You can also manage your resources. You can also cost management and optimization. uh, it's also helpful for operations management. It also for security. It also helps tag management for governance and regularity compliance as well. We can also use tagging for workload optimization and automation. So guys, uh, it's a good news that we have almost done with our first certificate AZ-900, and now conclude with the knowledge check. Once we done this, it will be over, and our first certification with all parts will be completed. And okay, let's start with our knowledge check. Okay guys, so let's start with the knowledge check. uh, First question is, check your knowledge with the what is your features can help stay organized and track usage based on metadata associated with the resource, right? So as we have studied that, we have discussed, uh, this is the third way for managing the resource through tags. And tags actually provide metadata. You can add tag and provide some detail, because key value provide provision. So definitely there is no tracer or values. So we have discussed, and we know that only this is the way we can organize and track usage based on metadata associated with resources. And what is the best method to estimate the cost of migration to the cloud while incurring uh, minimal cost? So definitely, we have used two method, price calculator and uh, ownership calculator, because price calculator is just to calculate the cost of previous services, and ownership calculator is to where you can estimate your on premises and on cloud. So because we are going to migrate from on premises to cloud, then definitely we will be using total cost of ownership calculator. So let's see what happened. Let's check our knowledge. Okay, great. Okay, guys, congratulations on completion of fifth part of Microsoft Azure Fundamental AZ-900, and now you have completed the certification. You can go through these sessions again and again. You can also do some research on internet and browse any more information as well. You can also go and watch other YouTube channel to learn more, and definitely you will be getting more information, and after repetition of same thing, it's get more perfect to understand and be prepared for exam. So let's meet you in the next certification. So stay with us, stay with that Max the service, and we will be providing our best knowledge with you. Thank you. So last our session was about cost management, where we learn how to uh, calculate the price and estimate the cost of different resources tools on the cloud. In this today we will be covering Microsoft Azure Compute and Networking Services. This module actually introduces you to the compute and network services of Azure. You learn about three of the compute options like virtual machine, containers, and Azure function. Ooh, great. So it's good to see how virtual machines will be created, what is containers, and how Azure functions works. You also learn about some of the networking features such as virtual networks, Azure DNS, and Azure ExpressRoute. So objectives are compare compute types, including container instances, virtual machines, and functions. So as you know that on cloud we have different compute types. We can use functions, lambda function for example. We can avail virtual machines, and we can also maintain container. We can build containers. And second is this describe virtual machine options. So if we go for virtual machines, what options we can have, like including virtual machines scale sets. Actually, what is scale sets? Actually, scale set allow virtual machine instances to be centrally managed, configured, and update. So it's a very good option that if you have number of virtual machines, you can centrally manage, configure, and update all the machines. So it will automatically increase and decrease the number of virtual machine instances in response to demand or defined schedule, because we have discussed scalability and high availability. So this feature is also provided in scale sets, right, where you will set some configuration, and instances of the virtual machines can be increased if there is a demand, and can be decreased if there is no further usage. So availability sets actually only offer high availability, right. The third is describe resource required for virtual machines. We also describe what resources are required for virtual machines. Viewers, it's a very good session because it's covering a lot of regarding cloud services. So it's a very interesting, and we will be discussing and viewing in deeply because it's a fundamental. So we cannot go in detail, but I will try to cover maximum. Fourth is application hosting options. Wow. So we will be discussing hosting option, like we can host on Azure web apps. We can avail web apps where we can host our application. We can utilize containers. We can also use virtual machine itself. To describe virtual, fifth one is describing virtual networking. Definitely, when we will be going to avail and utilize some applications, containerization or any virtual machine, definitely there will be need for networking. So this session will also cover the purpose of Azure virtual networks, where you will also be able to view virtual subnets, because every private network must have a specific subnet, or any virtual private network must have subnet. Peering mean connection of these subnets, these different subnetworks. Let's suppose you acquire a virtual private network, okay? Then you can have more than one virtual network, and you can connect all of those. So we will learn also this practice. Azure DNS, domain name system. What is DNS? VPN, virtual private network gateway. It's actually how to communicate with virtual private network. So Azure Cloud also providing a gateway with which we will be communicating with that VPN. And also we have ExpressRoute. So we will also look into this, what is ExpressRoute as well. So last is define public and private endpoints, so that we can configure our network with public and private endpoint as well. So let's start one by one. Okay, we already know what is VM. Virtual machine is logically partition of compute service on the cloud, right? An important point is to remember it is a infrastructure as a service. Please remember in the form a virtualized server, and can be used in many ways. It is like your physical computer where you have to configure and run your application as per your need. So it is also important to note that when you need virtual machine, okay. Number one, total control over the operating system. It's mean when you know that over or totally operating system, I have to configure, manage, and control, right? Second option is ability to run custom softwares, where you need and you can run customized software, any open source or any your proprietary softwares. Then you can go for virtual machine. And third important option is to use custom hosting configuration. Okay, actually it's almost configuring and managing and controlling. When you need all of these three requirements, then you will go for virtual machine. Cloud also provide other VM type as well, which is pre-configured VM image. So it's, if you don't need, you want something like operating system or some configuration or some software should be already with your provided VM, then cloud also provide this option too. Even though Azure VM gives you the flexibility of virtualization without having to buy and maintain the physical hardware that runs on the VM, however, as an infrastructure as a service offering, you still need to configure, update, and maintain the software that run on the virtual machine. You can even create or use already created image to rapidly provision virtual machines. You can create and provision a virtual machine in minute when you select a pre-configured virtual machine image, which is a second type of virtual machine provided by Azure Cloud. An image is a template used to create a virtual machine and may already include an operating system and any other software as well, like development tools or web hosting environments. So these two are specific virtual machine we can acquire on cloud. So guys, it was about VM provided by cloud, and also we can avail virtual machine. So let's a little bit discussed on virtual machine skill sets. You can run single VM for testing, development, and for minor tasks. So You can group VMs together to provide high availability, scalability, and redundancy. Azure can also manage the grouping of VMs for you with features such as skill sets and availability sets. So, what is scale sets? Scale sets is actually lets you create and manage group of identical load balanced VMs. If you simply create multiple VMs with the same purpose, you had to need to ensure that where all configuration should be same within all VMs, and then set up network routing parameters to ensure efficiently. It's mean you have to create VM one another and same efforts and time required for second VM. But with virtual machine scale sets, Azure automates most of that work for you. Scale sets allows you to centrally manage, configure and update a large number of VMs in a minute. The number of VM instances can be automatically increased or decreased in response to demand. Great. You can set it to scale based on a defined schedule as well. It's another good option that you can also do some schedules. It's mean in some days you need some more in virtual machine within a specific peak time, then you can also schedule it. Virtual machine scale sets also automatically deploy a load balancer to make sure that your resources are being used efficiently. I believe it's a very good option provided by Azure Cloud. Like, okay, so availability second is virtual machine availability set. So availability set is actually another tool to help you build a more resilient, high available environment. Availability sets are designed to ensure that VMs stagger updates and have varied power and network connectivity, preventing you from losing all your VMs with a single network or power failure. It's a very good option. So examples of when to use VMs are during testing and development, when you can also use when running application in the cloud, and third is when extending your data center to the cloud during disaster recovery. So all of this very good option provided by Azure. So resources, when you prevent a VM, you will also have to check to pick the resources that are associated with that VM. So size, purpose, number of processors, cores, or amount of RAM you should reconsider while creating your VM. Storage disk, you have to create your size of storage disk, solid state drives like networking, virtual network, public IP, and port configuration, all of this. So let's have a session how to create virtual machine as well. So we can do some lab and practical example. Thank you. Okay, guys. So we will here be doing some practice. Practically, we will see how Azure environment allow us to create virtual machine. So I am on cloud portal, and where I have to start puzzle. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, there is three and there are also three. Let me also check. 5 1 2 1 3. So this one is because this one also have fourth one, so I will submit this. Okay, guys, so sandbox is activated because you have to have sandbox for doing this practical example. So we have 59 minutes left only, and here we will be looking into the steps actually. In this exercise, you create Azure virtual machine and install Nginx, a popular web server. You could use the Azure portal. Okay, so these are the option: Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, Azure Resource Manager. So these are the options. Here you can switch PowerShell. You can restart your VM. So your environment. You can manage file, like you can upload or download file here. You can also create new session, and you also have some feature which is not available in this session. Okay, so first of all, what we have to do, we have to create this command. It is actually a resource group, as we have covered in previous session, session number 5. We have to have group uh, before creating resources. Within this group, we can have more than one VM and other resources as well, like database, any other tools provided by Azure. But remember that all those features should be available within your subscription. As right now we are using free tier, if we will use any other beyond the free tier, definitely we will be charged. So here is group, and here is name of VM, whatever name you can change it. And public IP, it is standard, okay, provided by your cloud environment. And image actually is Ubuntu. Okay, so you are going to use Ubuntu operating system to have your virtual machine. And here is admin user, Azure user as well, and generate SSH keys. So it will generate SSH keys so that you can later log in with those SSH keys. If I run this example, so let's see. Okay, good. So SSH keys files are creating here. You can use this if you want to connect this with your virtual machine remotely. So these are also being generated. So it will take some time to create VM, and let's see. Your VM takes a few moments to come up. You name the VM YVM, so use this name, refer later steps. Okay. Okay guys, it is created. Here you have public IP also available, and status of your VM is running great. It's a MAC address of my laptop. Location provided is West US, and here is VM group as well, and ID. This one is resource group, you can see. Okay, so zoom is empty. Okay, so let's check for that either we have group and VM or not. Okay, if I VM list MSO table, so I want to actually see the in a list. Okay, great. Here is my VM right now created, and here is a group. Okay, so you have created your VM. You can do anything within this VM. You can install software, you can also configure other options, and it is given to execute some custom scripts, because we are not going to extend this exercise because we have a short time. So it's actually rest of steps are just to go through and do some more practice. So here we can see our group, we can see our VM created, and here you can see that it's a maxi service username as well. So okay, so uh, uh, in next practice we will be sorry, next part we will be discussing what is Azure virtual desktop. Okay, so thanks for staying with us and helping us to be motivated and do some more work for you to provide more knowledge on this. So we will be providing more information, more videos. Please don't forget to add comments. You can add some comments and provide your feedback so that we can improve our these tutorials sessions which are in different parts in better way. Okay, thank you. Bye. Let me show you how to create a virtual machine in Azure. We can create virtual machine with different ways. CLI, PowerShell, or configuration management. So we will doing this practice with CLI and PowerShell. Okay guys, so we will here be doing some practice. Practically we will see how Azure environment allow us to create virtual machine. So I am on cloud portal and where I have to start puzzle. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, there is 3 and there are also 3. Let me also check 5 1 2 1 3. So this one is because this one also have fourth one, so I will submit this. Okay guys, so sandbox is activated because you have to have sandbox for doing this practical example. So we have 59 minutes left only, and here we will be looking into the steps actually. In this exercise, you create Azure virtual machine and install Nginx, a popular web server. You could use the Azure portal. Okay, so these are the option: Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, Azure Resource Manager. So these are the options. Here you can switch PowerShell. You can restart your VM. Sorry, your environment. You can manage file, like you can upload or download file here. You can also create new session, and you also have some feature which is not available in this session. Okay, so first of all, what we have to do, we have to create this command. It is actually a resource group, as we have covered in previous session, session number 5. We have to have group uh, before creating resources. Within this group we can have more than one VM and other resources as well, like database, any other tools provided by Azure. But remember that all those features should be available within your subscription, as right now we are using free tier. If we will use any other beyond the free tier, definitely we will be charged. So here is group, and here is name of VM, whatever name you can change it, and public IP, it is standard, okay, provided by your cloud environment. And image actually is Ubuntu. Okay, so you are going to use Ubuntu operating system to have your virtual machine. And here is admin user, Azure user as well, and generate SSH keys. So it will generate SSH keys so that you can later log in with those SSH keys. If I run this example, so let's see. Okay, good. So SSH keys files are creating here. You can use this if you want to connect this with your virtual machine remotely. So these are also being generated. So it will take some time to create VM, and let's see. Your VM takes a few moments to come up. You name the VM IBM, so use this name, refer later steps. Okay, Okay guys, it is created. Here you have public IP also available, and status of your VM is running great. It's a MAC address of my laptop. Location provided is West US, and here is VM group as well, and ID. This one is resource group, you can see. Okay, so Zoom is empty. Okay, so let's check for that either we have group and VM or not. Okay, if I VM list MSO table, so I want to actually see the in a list. Okay, great. Here is my VM right now created, and here is the group. Okay, so you have created your VM. You can do anything within this VM. You can install software. You can also configure other options as it is given to execute some custom scripts, because we are not going to extend this exercise because we have a short time. So it's actually rest of steps are just to go through and do some more practice. So here we can see our group, we can see our VM created, and here you can see that it's a maxi service username as well. So okay, so uh, uh, in next practice we will be sorry, next part we will be discussing what is Azure Virtual Desktop. Okay, so thanks for staying with us and helping us to be motivated and do some more work for you to provide more knowledge on this. So we will be providing more information, more videos. Please don't forget to add comments. You can add some comments and provide your feedback so that we can improve our these tutorials sessions which are in different parts in better way. Okay, thank you. Bye. In last session, we have discussed virtual machine and its types and how to create virtual machine through command line. Azure Virtual Desktop, what is it? It is another type of VM. It is same as you have your computer hosted on the cloud, and also with multi-session, which is very important and good feature for business and corporate level uh, customers. So let's discuss benefits of AVD, Azure Virtual Desktop. Okay, so we must know the benefits and features of AVD, Virtual Desktop. First one is you can access from any location, which is very good option because you don't need to take your machine or laptop with you, and you if you have everything accessible from anywhere, so that's a very good option and good feature provided by Azure cloud. So second is you can use from any device. Ooh, another good. It mean it works with apps that you can use to access remote desktop or most modern browser as well. So from any device you can also access your AVD. And third one is centralized security management from management perspective and security perspective, because you have your VM hosted on cloud and anything implemented and secure, you can centrally manage it. Okay. Azure Virtual Desktop provides centralized security management for users' desktop with Microsoft Intra ID. So you can use this Intra ID for your security purposes. So another benefits multi-factor authentication from security point of view. You can also perform 2FA or any other to secure user sign-ins. You can implement 2FA or any other option like thumb impression or whatever option you like, right? Okay. Next is role-based access controls, right? You can also secure access to data by assigning granular role-based access controls to users. So a very awesome option that you have one computer and different users you have hosted on cloud, and it's a good feature that you can assign different roles to different users with different privileges. Okay. So last is enterprise multi-session, which is very awesome because when you have one machine and multiple session, if you can open, it's also first time Windows providing this option. So only Windows client-based operating system that enables multiple concurrent users on a single VM. Okay, now we have reasons to move to Azure Virtual Desktop. Definitely, we must know the use case or reason why we need to move on Virtual Desktop. So here are few. Let me explain you. One is critical business events. Okay, an organization often adopts Azure Virtual Desktop to mitigate risks that are related to contracts, regulations, compliance, and uh, sovereignty. Okay, so due to these reasons, most of the organization use Azure Virtual Desktop. Okay, second is migration motivations, right? Let's suppose if migration of other assets depends on Azure Virtual Desktop, then an organization tends to focus on reducing costs, complexities, or operational overhead. Okay. Third is innovation motivations. Azure Virtual Desktop is the cloud sports delivery of transformative products and services. So definitely it's a future of cloud computing, and it's a very good option. Uh, Another option is reason is infrastructure scale flexibility requirements. Okay, it's mean by using cloud services, an organization can seamlessly scale up and down with the infrastructure as well. Okay, next is choice and flexibility. An organization can choose from many virtual machine families and sizes that are optimized for various compute requirements. So this is another good option, that's because once you have purchased your desktop or laptop, even though any server for this kind of virtualization and segregation and providing RDA using Critex, you can use other option to provide a remote desktop portal. So on cloud, it's a choice and flexibility. You can reduce, you can add, you can increase resources, you can scale your resources from capability point of view, mean adding RAM, adding other performance like processing. So these are good option as well. Last is potential cost savings. Okay, because as we have discussed with previous, when you have things like choice and flexibility, definitely it's also impact on cost and savings, right? So let's next on this we discuss on outcomes. What are the outcome of AVD, right? Okay, guys, virtual desktop outcomes. So, another thing we have to consider and understand, what are the outcomes if we move on virtual desktop or we use Azure virtual desktop. First one is productivity. Actually, organization want to extend productivity to PCs, phones, tablets, or browsers that might not be under the direct control of IT team. So it's mean any from anywhere, from any device, you can start working. You can do what you want on your centralized available VM. So it will improve productivity. Second is safe access. Employees need access to corporate data and application from their devices, as we have discussed that There are granular role-based model which can be used to allow the users can access through infra ID or any other 2FA authentication implemented on this virtual desktop. Okay, the third is support end users. Our workloads are migrated to the cloud, right? Employees need more support for a low latency, like optimized experience. Azure Virtual Desktop forms a business critical platform for many organizations. The cloud adoption plan for this platform can directly and indirectly affect cloud adoption for all related workloads. That is very awesome. While Azure Virtual Desktop is not typically the first platform that an organization moves to the cloud, it can be the most important. Understanding the strategy of an Azure Virtual Desktop, cloud migration, and the future state innovation targets is critical to the success of all other cloud options plans. So last is empower IT. The IT team wants to transfer the workplace, which often starts with transforming employees, user experience, and blah blah blah. So you can support realization of these outcomes by virtualization desktop in the cloud for your end users. So let me explain the one more thing, which is Azure Virtual Desktop refactoring and modernization. Okay, so in this diagram you can see that we have client, and second is virtual desktop, and third is Azure VMs and services. Like we can use other options like virtual machines only. In the approach outlined in this image, in this diagram, the existing critics, VMware or remote desktop services forms are modernized and replaced with Azure Virtual Desktop, right? In this scenario, desktop images are either migrated to Azure, or new images are generated. Similarly, user profiles are either migrated to Azure or new profile are created. Usually, the client solution is enabled and largely unchanged by this migration effort. When the migration to the cloud is finished, the overhead and cost of the managing a virtual desktop form are replaced with cloud native solution that manages the virtual desktop experience for your team. The team is responsible for only for support of the desktop images, available applications, identity service provider like Active Directory, Microsoft Entra domain service, or Microsoft Entra ID, and user profiles as well. You get the benefits of Microsoft managed broker, gateway, diagnostics, and web access services as part of the Azure Virtual Desktop offering. Okay, so we will also be discussing architecture, and you can see in this diagram virtual desktop architecture, like you can see end user can avail multi-factor authentication with confidential conditional access, and you can also see that the first authentication is also going with Active Directory as well. So another part, you have resource group with web sockets, web access. You know that whatever resource we acquire on cloud, we have all those within a resource group. So from administration point of view, you can also have administration also provided by Azure Cloud, and left side you can view the Azure Resource Manager as well. So we have a lot of configurations and also for log analytics. On top full right side you can see log analytics, Azure monitoring. These are supporting services as well. So from this diagram you will imagine that okay, if we need any extra disk space, if we need any some other tool like for log monitor, even though if we need to scale vertically or horizontally, uh, horizontally mean if we need more VMs, uh, or vertically mean if we increase power of current VM like capability. Sorry. So all these are within a few minutes can be managed and available. And from on premises or in nowadays traditional environment, traditional era, these are not so easy, and these are very cost effective. So it's a very good example to understand how Azure Virtual Desktop actually works with on the Azure cloud. So for today it was only for Azure Virtual Desktop, and I believe this session is very good for you to go through and understand. You can avail maximum information in this session, and tomorrow we will be discussing container. I mean container provided by Azure. In the last, I would like to thank you all of you who have subscribed and available with this channel, are connected, and also providing me valuable feedback. From some viewers, I have received comments that background music is annoying. So I will try to reduce more, and still it is annoying. Please don't forget to update on me. I will remove background music. And please don't forget to subscribe if you have not, and keep watching. I will be providing more and more. Dear viewers and subscribers, we have discussed a lot about Azure Virtual Machine, and also VM types. Our last topic was Azure Virtual Desktop, which is also the type of VM. We have discussed that virtual machines are an excellent way to reduce costs versus the investment that are necessary for physical hardware, right? Limitations. So what are the limitations of virtual machine? Actually, virtual machine uh, is per operating system. What number of virtual machine you have to manage your operating system with those numbers. If you have to create 5 virtual machine, definitely you have to manage 5 operating system. Each virtual machine have its own operating system. Now if I want to run multiple instances of same application on a single OS, then what is the option? Okay, it is the Azure Container. Guys, let's watch this video to understand VM and container in more detail.
In this video, we'll discuss the difference between virtual machines and containers. So let's begin. Deploying server applications has always been complicated. That complexity drove system admins to start looking at virtualization techniques like virtual machines and containers. Virtual machines, or VMs, provide an abstraction layer for CPU, memory, and storage. They can be changed without having to invest in new hardware, while still allowing the environment to be flexible and secure. With VMs, you're in control. You decide the operating system, install tools and packages, and your app runs either in isolation or with the other apps you install into the VM. But there are downsides. VMs can only run one operating system at a time. So if you have multiple server apps that all require different runtime environments, they may also require multiple virtual machines to execute properly. And because the VM is emulating a full computer, tasks like starting one up or taking a snapshot are pretty slow, often taking several minutes. But there's a lighter weight solution that solves some of these issues: containers. A container bundles a single app and its dependencies, referred to as containerizing the app, then deploys it as a unit to a container host. The container host provides a standardized runtime environment which abstracts away the operating system and infrastructure requirements, allowing the containerized application to run side by side with other containerized apps. An easy way to differentiate between VMs and containers is virtual machines virtualize the hardware, while containers virtualize the operating system. The operating system level virtualization of containers is one reason why the container approach is more efficient than a full virtual machine. It allows you to run multiple lightweight containers on a single host without sacrificing the isolation that the virtual machine originally offered. Azure supports several container variations, the most popular being Docker. Unlike VMs, you can spin up containers quickly. You're just waiting for the app to launch instead of both the operating system and the app. Also, containerized apps tend to be much smaller in size, and the development process is simplified because your development runtime environment can look exactly like the production environment. Another advantage to containers is that they can be orchestrated with container cluster orchestration. You can easily deploy and manage multiple containerized applications without worrying about which server will host each container. The decision of whether to use a VM or container depends on how much flexibility you need. If you need to completely control the environment, then you might choose a VM. If not, then the portability, performance characteristics, and management capabilities of containers might be the better choice.
Okay, great. Guys, in this example, you can see that we have virtual machine architecture on both sides, right? And you can see then we have host operating system, then we have hypervisor, and on right side Docker engine. So this is the difference because we have now monitoring through hypervisor every guest operating system. And here we have only Docker engine. On Docker engine, which help us to virtualize the operating system. Mean you can see on right side that we have apps with dependencies, libs, and some other dependencies within one container. Let's suppose we have some dependencies within one application, and that is virtual machine. Definitely, we will not be able to uh, run another application if there is any conflict within those dependencies. We have to create another VM where we have to provide another disk space for dependency maintenance, and also memory, processor, each and everything. But container help us to virtualize operating system. We don't need to do anything. Apart from this, I believe you have understand from this image what is the main difference apart from this video. Let me also show you the differences in a chart. We can see it's lightweight, but VM is heavyweight. Limited performance. Each VM run its own OS, hardware level virtualization, but container do so operating system level virtualization. Startup time, it also matters. Allocates required memory, fully isolated, and hence more secure. So these are the major different, although there are a number of more difference, but in different aspects. So we also discuss the what else actually Azure provide us. It also provide us like Kubernetes services. Azure Kubernetes services is a container authorization service. Let's suppose if you want, we want to manage number of containers, then how we can do that? It's a Kubernetes service provided by Azure Service. Containerization is also solution when we go for microservice level architecture. This architecture is where you break solution into smaller independent pieces. For example, you might split a website into a container hosting your front end, another hosting your back end, and a third for storage. So this split allows you to separate portions of your app into logical sections that can be maintained, scaled, or updated independently. Imagine your website backend reaches capacity, okay, but the front end and storage are not stressed. So it's mean we have problem with only one container containing backend services. With with that container, you could scale and backend separately to improve performance. If something necessitated such a change, you could also choose to change the storage service or modify the front end without impacting any other component. So guys, this was for today, Azure Container, and tomorrow we will be discussing Azure Function. Okay, so stay connected and please don't forget to provide your feedback. Because I'm trying to provide my best, I do some research on different and do some R&D on different blogs and websites for you, and definitely you go through my video and see what is the improvements you need in further coming videos. So I will try my best. Please don't forget to provide your feedback and always stay connected with Max the Service to support and love. Thank you. Bye. We have discussed about VM, their types and container as well in last few sessions. Actually, what is VM? Virtual machine shares dedicated resources to virtualize, where container virtualize the operating system. Okay, now let's think about if we don't need VM or containerization and only need to implement a business logic or to need run a program written in any language like Java, .NET, whatever you are experienced with it. Uh, in the response to an event, then what is the option or solution? Okay, it is Azure function, same as Lambda function provided by Amazon. Let's see definition. Azure function is an event-driven serverless compute option that does not require maintaining virtual machine or containers. Okay, if you build an app using VMs or containers, those resources have to be running in order to work your app. Okay, to app to function. With Azure function, an event wakes the function. It's mean whatever you have written function, your program, it's need to wake up in response some events, alleviating the need to keep uh, resources provision when there is no events. Okay, so you can release resources if there is no event and your function will not be running anymore. Let's have a look on this video.
Software developer, you want to spend time doing what matters, building your application. You don't want to spend your time executing tedious, time-consuming tasks like installing an operating system or downloading system updates. The goal of serverless computing is to help you with this by taking care of those tiresome types of server management tasks so that you can focus your effort on getting your application to your customers. So that said, serverless computing is a bit of a misleading name because there are, in fact, servers being used. But what it really means is that the responsibility of managing servers is already handled for you. So, in other words, it's an abstraction of servers so that you can take your mind off of infrastructure concerns and focus them on developer concerns. There are three big benefits of using serverless approach. First, there's no infrastructure management. So that's the first big one. And as a business, this means that you don't have to focus on administrative tasks like installing an operating system. Instead, you simply deploy your code and it automatically runs with high availability. The second benefit is scalability. And as your application grows in popularity, you can rest assured that no matter what, your application will continue working under any workload. In fact, serverless compute can scale from nothing to tens of thousands of requests without any configuration. Finally, the third benefit we want to point out is that you only pay for what you use. You see, serverless computing is event-driven, and that means that resources are only allocated from a direct action. So you are only charged for time it takes to run your code instead of paying for the resources if they're not being used. And when all is said and done, time is money in the business world. And as such, you want to be focusing your time on what matters. Using Azure to support serverless computing through products like Azure Functions, your main job will simply be to upload your code, and you'll automatically get the benefits of infrastructure management and scalability, plus a payment model that will only charge you for what you use.
Okay, guys, after watching this video, we have learned more about Azure Function that we don't need to do any management, we don't need to work on any infrastructure, we don't need to worry about security implementation and a lot of things. We only spend time what matters. If you want something to implement your logic, you run your program, you don't need to do setup, you download their dependencies, you just write your code, and you have seen that we just need to set that function to be triggered against an event. So there are a number of events, we will also discuss all those events, and once your function complete your functionality and stop, the, it also deallocate all the resources allocated. So Azure only charges you for the CPU time used while your function runs. Functions can be either stateless or stateful. So this is very awesome feature provided by cloud, even it is AWS or Azure or Google. So let's move forward and learn more about Azure functions with use cases or scenarios. Okay, guys, to understand more in clear picture, let's discuss some use cases or scenarios. Let's suppose you want to do something once your file get upload. Okay, once anyone upload as file, and then you need to execute a function to process that file. Let's suppose processing that file is XML into JSON or JSON to XML, whatever format. Uh, for example, in a retail solution, a partner system can submit product catalog information as files into blob storage. You can use a blob triggered function to validate, transform, and process the files into the main system as they are uploaded. Second scenario is real-time stream and event processing. Let's suppose sometime you need to process real-time data. You want something to be get analysis or record your real-time data for later on usage. Like if you have some Internet of Things devices at home or networking devices, Azure function can process that data in near real time as the hot path, then store it in Cosmos DB for use in analysis purposes. Like you can further review these information on your dashboard and take some actions. Okay, so another is machine learning and AI. Sometimes for machine learning and AI, you get the function to execute. For example, function can connect to an open AI resource to enable text and chat completions. Whenever someone start writing, you have some suggestions for that. It's a function to get the suggestion to complete the information to help the user to write and chat. As you have seen, a number of social medias to which helpful for user. Use assistant and leverage embedding and cementing search as well. If someone is going to search on that event, on key press event, you just get those selected characters, and on those you get rest of the suggested criteria for user to help. Okay, let's suppose if we are going to write in YouTube search, you can see on Google as well. If you start writing, you have some suggestion in advance. So there are implemented some function to provide you some notification or suggestion pre-populated for you. Azure function can be executed and run when any scheduled task. Uh, a financial services customer database, for example, might be analyzed for duplicate entries every 15 minutes to avoid multiple communication going out the same customer. So you can implement a function to just take care if there is any database getting exceed with limit, then you can just clean that database, or you can just analyze the duplication entries within a specific period of time. You can schedule a task, and on that pre-configured time period, your function can execute and perform duties implemented. Build a scalable web API. Ooh, great. An HTTP triggered function defines an HTTP endpoint. These endpoints run function code that can connect to other services directly or by using binding extensions. You can compose the endpoints into a web-based API. You can also use HTTP triggered functions endpoints as a webhook integration, such as GitHub webhooks. In this way, you can create functions that process data from GitHub action. This is very clear example to understand what um, Azure function can perform when we uh, build a web API. Another is build a serverless workflow. Serverless workflow mean manageable sequencing, error handling, compensation, fanning out and fanning in, external events correlation. You can see in the diagram. Actually, function is often to compute component in a serverless workflow topology, such as a logic apps workflow. If you have, there are a number of metrics, like we have maker, checker, approver metrics. Someone as a maker create a request, then your function will be triggered to perform some processing, to execute some logic. Then it will be available for checker. And once checker approve that request, then another function will trigger on this event to start processing, and so on. Respond to database changes. There are processes where you might need a log, audit, or perform some other operations when stored data changes. Whenever get changes in the data, you want to notify someone. Let's suppose if you have implemented some function, and again that filter criteria, you get execute your function to notify relevant people, to relevant devices, whatever you configure. Function triggers provide a good way to get notified of data changes to initial such an operation. Another is create reliable message systems. This is a scenario where we can utilize and we need a function to be executed whenever we have a, queue system. Let's suppose there are number of messages populated in a queue, and we process that message from the queue, and then our function will process and proceed accordingly. Here in example, you can see request made in a web app, request queued in service bus. A function processes the request. As function triggered on request queued in service bus, it start processing and send it to Postgres DB for further processing, or might be to send a message via mobile, email, whatever channel we have implemented. So for today, guys, it was uh, mm, Azure function, and we have discussed in detail. We have also discussed the um, use cases as well. So I would like also to mention some events. Number one, HTTP trigger. You can run Azure function on HTTP trigger, timer trigger, blob trigger, queue trigger, Cosmos DB trigger, event hub trigger, service bus trigger, internet of things hub trigger, durable function trigger, event grid trigger, HTTP trigger with OpenAI, Kafka trigger, RabbitMQ trigger, SendGrid, SQL trigger, so on. Okay, so uh, uh, this is for today, and tomorrow we will be discussing our next topic will be and let me look into the list. Our next topic is uh, application hosting option. So we will look into this, how this function. We will describe application hosting option. If you need to host your application on Azure, you might initially turn to a virtual machine or containers. Both VMs and containers provide excellent hosting solutions. So we will be discussing in more detail. So uh, uh, for today, it's enough. Please don't forget to provide your valuable comments and provide your feedback. I would like to request you to also uh, uh, subscribe my channel so that I will be engaged with these kind of activities for you to provide knowledgeable and more information on max this service. Thank you guys. Bye. Definitely, you will be surprised that we have already discussed few options like containerization and virtualization. We can create VM and deploy our application. We can uh, create container, and then we can also build and by using Docker engine, we can also deploy our application as a container. So actually, VMs give you maximum control of the hosting environment and allow you to configure it exactly how you want. VM also may be the most familiar hosting method if you are new to the cloud. Containers with the ability to isolate and individually manage different aspects of hosting solutions can also be robust and compelling option. There are other hosting options that you can use with Azure, including Azure App Service. So guys, this is another amazing option we have to deploy and or host our application on Azure Cloud. Okay, so let's discuss and see what is it. App Service enables you to build and host web apps, background jobs, mobile backend, and RESTful APIs. Okay, in any program language, it's up to you. It's your choice. You can you can develop your background job, you can develop your mobile application, any REST API in different frameworks or programming language, no matter. It offers automatically scaling and high availability, which is uh, main and a highly demandable feature for every cloud platform. App Service supports Windows and Linux, which is also it's not a new thing, definitely these are basic operating system we need. It enables automatic deployment from GitHub, Azure DevOps, or any Git repo to support a continuous deployment model. This is another good option that continuously you can implement CI/CD. Even you have hosted your application on Azure Cloud through Azure App Service. So a lot of benefits and features we are going forward and learning and watching and discussing. I really like Azure Cloud because even though this is our first certification of fundamentals, and I have seen a lot of features available on this cloud platform. Azure App Service is the robust hosting option that you can use to host your app in Azure. Azure App Service lets you focus on building and maintaining your app. You don't worry about infrastructure, meeting compliance, security, networking. It is already available there. Okay, you need to focus on environment up and running. Sorry, Azure focuses on keeping the environment up and running. You don't need to do all of this. Azure App Service is an HTTP based service for hosting web application, REST APIs, and mobile backends. As earlier we discussed, it supports multiple languages including .NET Core, Java, Ruby, Node.js, PHP, Python, etc. So actually, we have four types of app services. Definitely, while discussing all of this, you will be thinking, okay, is it only the app which we normally build in Android or iOS and just utilize iOS or Google Cloud to publish those apps? No. Types of app services Azure provide are number one, web apps, number two, API apps, number three, web jobs, and number four, mobile apps, which is your main concern. App service handle most of the infrastructure decision you deal with in hosting web accessible apps like deployment and management are integrated into the platform. Endpoint can be secured. Sites can be scaled quickly to handle high traffic loads. Built-in load balancing and traffic manager provide high availability. All of these app styles are hosted in the same infrastructure and share these benefits. Ooh, great. This flexibility makes app service the ideal choice to host web-oriented application. Guys, Azure provide a variety of different ways to host your application depending on your needs. I will suggest some services to match requirements. It is not prospective, right? You can mix and match services to meet your need. Most production environment use a combination of services to meet their business and organization needs. So let me show you one by one and explain accordingly. Simplicity and controls. Azure hosting services are provided with two consideration. One is simplicity versus control. Second is cloud native versus Azure native. So let's first discuss simplicity versus control. Simplicity hosting platforms require less configuration and management but provide less control over the underlying infrastructure. Number two, more complex hosting platform require more configuration and management but provide more control over the underlying infrastructure. So you can think about your needs and if it suits you, then you can go with this option simplicity or control. Second is cloud native versus Azure native. Cloud native can be thought as of cloud portable using open source workloads such as containers and open source technologies such as Dapper. The applications you build can be deployed to any cloud provider. Second is Azure native in specific to Azure with an investment in Azure specific tools and technologies to manage their infrastructure. While these services include container workloads, they also include code first, low code, and infrastructure tooling specific to Azure with an emphasis on connecting and integration between Azure services. Second is simplified hosting. So, with this option, hosting solutions are fully managed by Azure. You are responsible for the functionality such as code and environment configuration. Azure manages the underlying runtime and infrastructure, including updates and patches. Ooh, great! Simplified hosting is the Azure native approach. Okay, third is balanced hosting. So, what this option is, balanced hosting solutions balance the need of simplicity with the need of control. You are responsible for the functionalities such as code and environment configuration. Azure manages the underlying runtime and infrastructure, including updates and patches. Almost similar to that one. You can also bring your own container to the service. Balanced hosting is both Azure native and cloud native. Okay. Next one is controlled hosting. Controlled hosting solution give you fully control over the underlying infrastructure. You are responsible for updates and patches as well as your code, assets, and environment configuration as well. Controlled hosting is the cloud native approach. So last one is source code hosting. For developers new to Azure who want to start new deployment, use following chart to find the suggested hosting solution. So for today, it was a great session about Azure uh, hosting option and Azure App Service. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed a lot, and let's tomorrow discuss about our next session will be uh, on virtual networking. Okay, so in next video we'll be discussing about Azure virtual networking. Thank you. Bye. Dear viewers and subscribers, let me recap on what we have learned and explained in last session. The topic was Azure App Service apart from hosting functions, where we discuss Azure App Service is an HTTP-based service for hosting web application, REST APIs, and mobile backends. You can develop in your favorite language like .NET, Java, Node.js, PHP, or Python as well. Application run and scale with ease of both Windows and Linux environment. Okay, guys, what is virtual network? It's a definition. Azure Virtual Network is a service that provides the fundamental building block for your private network in Azure. An instance of the service, a virtual network, enables many types of Azure resources to securely communicate with each other. The internet and on premises networks, these Azure resources include virtual machines as well. So let's have a video to more get understanding.
Managing a distributed network infrastructure that's organized, dependable, and secure can be challenging. Azure Virtual Networks offer a solution for organizing, securing, and connecting cloud resources seamlessly. An Azure Virtual Network, VNet, is a secure, isolated network environment in the Azure cloud, allowing you to create and manage virtual machines, services, and resources in a logically isolated network. Imagine two virtual machines in Azure, one hosting a web application and another hosting a database, and you want them to communicate securely and efficiently. By creating a virtual network, the web application can send requests to the database server and receive responses, all while maintaining a secure connection and minimizing latency, ensuring your website runs smoothly and securely. You can also use a virtual network to host a web application and a database server in different subnets. A subnet is a smaller network within a larger one. The web application and database server can exchange data within the same virtual network, but you can also control the traffic flow to the subnets with security rules. This allows only public internet traffic to access the web application, while database servers are protected within private subnets, allowing only internal traffic. Virtual networks also enable connecting an on-premises network to Azure using a VPN gateway, creating a private tunnel between your office and the cloud. Traffic routed through the tunnel is encrypted and provides secure access to resources. When creating a virtual network in Azure, you define subnets, security groups, routing tables, and other network connectivity needs. You can also attach resources like virtual machines, load balancers, and storage accounts to the virtual network, allowing you to build a secure, reliable, and scalable virtual network environment for your unique needs. Azure Virtual Networks securely connect cloud resources, VMs, web apps, databases, and on-premises networks to help you achieve your goals.
So today we will be discussing Azure Virtual Networks. Let's discuss what is Azure Virtual Network. Actually, Azure Virtual Networks and virtual subnets enable Azure resources such as VMs, web apps, and databases to communicate with each other, with users on the internet, and with your on-premises client computers, right? You can think of an Azure network as an extension of your on-premises network with resources that link other Azure resources. As you can see in the diagram, we have VNet A, I mean virtual network A, VNet B, and also in right bottom corner to on-premises, right? To communicate on premises, we definitely use kind of gateway and in night or VPN gateway, whatever your requirement. And we also have two different subnet with the VNet B and VNet. It is similar to virtual private network we have discussed in our cloud practitioner Amazon certificate. It is the same concept, but might be some different features available by Azure. So there is only kind of usability and understanding level and usage level. According to the cloud, it is either Azure, Google Cloud Platform, or Amazon. Okay, so actual requirements are same, actual theme is same, so the options and name of resources and way of to accomplish those requirements or complete those jobs might be slightly different. Okay, now let me explain some key network capabilities by Azure, and these are isolation and segmentation, internet communication, communicate between Azure resources, communicate with on-premises resources, route network traffic, filter network traffic, connect virtual networks. So let me elaborate one by one. What is isolation and segmentation? Azure Network Net allows you to create multiple isolated virtual networks, okay, where you can more than one network. Each network have number of resources according to your requirements. When you set up a virtual network, you define a private IP address space by using either public or private address ranges. Okay, the IP range only exists within the virtual network and is not internet routable. You can divide that IP address space into subnets and allocate part of the defined address space to each named subnet. Okay. For more resolution, you can use name resolution service, but built into Azure. You also can configure the virtual network to use either an internal or external DNS server. This is isolation. It's mean you can isolate all your private network from other, and you can configure and set some networking internal communication with private IP, and you can use some kind of gateway. So let's discuss internet communication. How do we internet communication when we go for virtual network? You can enable incoming connection from the internet by assigning a public IP address to an Azure resource or putting the resource behind the public load balancer. It's saying that you can also whitelist public IP, and any request on that public IP can communicate to your resources assigned to only those communication within public IP. You can use some kind of load balancer. Okay. So third is communicate between Azure resources. How Azure help us to communicate internal with Azure resources are either way. You want to enable Azure resource to communicate securely with each other. You can do that in one or two ways. Virtual network can connect not only VM but other Azure resources such as App Service environment for Power Apps, Azure Kubernetes Service, and Azure Virtual Machine scale sets. As we have already covered in previous set in few part last in scale sets, virtual machine scale sets. Services endpoints can connect to each other Azure resource types such as Azure SQL database and storage accounts. This approach enables you to link multiple Azure resources to virtual network to improve security and provide optimal routing between resources. Okay. Fourth one is communicate with on-premises resources. Let's suppose you have virtual network, even it is public or private on cloud, and you need to communicate with your on-premises resources. So how can it can be done? Let me explain. Azure network enable you to link resource together in your on-premises environment and within your Azure subscription. In effect, you can create a network that spans both your local and cloud environment. There are three mechanisms for you to achieve this connectivity. You can establish point to site virtual network, okay, which is in this case the client computer initiates an encrypted VPN connection to connect the Azure virtual network. Second is site-to-site virtual private networks. These networks link your on-premises VPN device or gateway to Azure VPN gateway in a virtual network. In effect, the devices in Azure can appear as being on the local network. Okay, the connection is encrypted and works over the internet. Third way to communicate with on-premises resources is Azure ExpressRoute provides a dedicated private connectivity to Azure that does not travel over the internet. ExpressRoute is useful for environments where you need greater bandwidth and even higher levels of security. Okay, fifth one is route traffic, network traffic, right? By default, Azure route traffic between subnets on any connected virtual networks, on-premises network, and the internet. You also can control routing and override those settings as follows. Route tables allow you to define rules about how traffic should be directed. You can create custom route tables that control how packets are routed between subnets. Second way is Border Gateway Protocol (BGP) works with Azure VPN Gateway, Azure Route Server or Azure ExpressRoute to propagate on-premises Border Gateway Protocol routes to Azure virtual networks. Okay, the sixth one is filter network traffic. Azure Virtual Networks enables you to filter traffic between subnets by using following approaches. First approach is network security groups are Azure resources that can contain multiple inbound and outbound security rules. You can define these rules to allow or block traffic. Okay, based on factors such as resource and destination IP address, port, and protocol. Second way is to filter traffic network. You can filter traffic network. Virtual appliances are specialized VMs that can be compared to a hardened network appliance. A network virtual appliance carries out a particular network function such as running a firewall or performing wide range of network WAN optimization. Okay, sixth and last one is you can link virtual networks together by using virtual network peering. Peering allows two virtual networks to connect directly to each other. Network traffic between paired networks is private and travels on the Microsoft backbone network, never entering the public internet. Pairing enables resources is each virtual network to communicate with each other. Okay, these virtual networks can be separate regions. This features allows you to create a global interconnected network through Azure. User-defined routers UDR allow you to control the routing tables between subnets within a virtual network or between virtual networks. This allows for greater control over network traffic flow. So guys, note this very important. To move a virtual machine from one virtual network to another, you must delete and recreate that virtual machine in the new virtual network, right? Virtual machines disks can be retained for use in the new virtual machine. So guys, I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. In this part, we have discussed about virtual networking, and in next section, in next part, we will be having a practical example where I will show you how to configure network and how to make the communication between different resources of virtual network. So please stay connected and make sure you are available in next video, and so that you can see how we can create and configure virtual network in next video, part 11. Thank you. Bye. Hello, dear viewers and subscribers. Thanks and welcome again to Maxi Service YouTube channel. Dear viewers, before moving forward, let's recap what we covered in our previous session. It's a definition. Azure Virtual Network is a service that provides the fundamental building block for your private network in Azure. An instance of the service, a virtual network, enables many types of Azure resources to securely communicate with each other, the internet, and on-premises networks. These Azure resources include virtual machines as well. Today's our topic is to configure virtual network access. Sorry, configuring network access. Actually, this module requires sandbox to complete. You have used, uh, and also there are 10 attempts to utilize this sandbox. In this exercise, I'm going to present you. Okay. First, we need to active sandbox. Then we can do this kind of exercise. Okay. In this exercise, you configure the access to the virtual machine you created earlier in the uh, last session. I guess that was part 8 or 9. You can review and you can watch again how to create virtual machine. We have covered all of this. Even though there are a number of ways with which we can configure and create Azure resources with CLI, PowerShell, and management tool. In this series, we are presenting by CLI or PowerShell. Okay. Okay. Important to know that Microsoft Sandbox should still be running. If the sandbox timeout, you will need to redo the previous exercise. You will be not able to utilize again what you have created, even though some groups, virtual machine, whatever is. Okay, so let's start the exercise and let's see how we can configure our network, how we can create some virtual machines if there is not available, how we can connect to that virtual machine, and how we can view an HTML page deployed on that virtual machine. All of this we have done in part 8 or 9, create virtual machine. You can also watch in this series in previous session. And today we will be connecting that virtual machine and see what will happen. Okay, so let's start with this exercise. First, we have to activate Sandbox. It will take some few minutes to activate. You must be connected with internet. Please don't forget to connect internet because you are doing this exercise through cloud, Azure cloud. And here is important note which I already explained you. And uh, we need to verify with some puzzle as well, so that there is not a robot or any uh, automation script to be running and doing all these exercise. For human check, you need to do all of this. So, okay, uh, after okay, so time it started, and I have verified with puzzle. That's now I will check this all list of virtual machine. If I have already created, then that would be great. Otherwise, we have to create virtual machine. So it's connecting to our PowerShell, our CMD. Okay. Here you can see configuring Cloud Shell. Okay, requesting Cloud Shell. Let's see if we can connect. Connecting terminal. Okay, first of all, we will check either we have Azure VM list available or not. Okay, it's empty, right? Then you have to uh, mm, create first that one, and if you receive an empty, you need to complete first exercise in this module again, and you need to create that one. And for that, let me show you how to create uh, that one. Okay, there must be a command. Okay, here is command to create virtual machine. Just we need to copy and paste here. Here you can see virtual machine name is YVM. It's a standard public IP available. It will be creating this virtual machine from Ubuntu image this. This image already configured all those mandatory parameter to create VM by default. Security group, any other thing related to this virtual machine will be created as similar to Ubuntu 2000 2204, right? And it is also creating SSS keys, and it's a path where you can find these keys created, because if you want to create secure communication, then you can utilize this public and private. You can share with your client to access, to store that public key, and then can connect to this virtual machine, right? Okay, let me see if there is available. Okay, great. We have got this. And we also need to do some extension so that we can complete it, and it will be available for connection, right? Here you can see that we are executing some scripts to install some extension, like installing all mandatory things. Here you can see we are also configuring Nginx rules, because we will be connecting this VM through our Nginx server. Okay, if then later on you can see there must be index.html available, and Nginx installed. Everything should be available there. Otherwise, you will not be able to connect to your virtual machine. It will take a few seconds to just execute these scripts. Okay, great. Okay, extension are also installed. All mandatory scripts are executed. Then we will be moving to our last exercise. Here you can execute access your web server. To the for that you need to run this command. Okay, first you want to query the IP address. What is IP address available uh, with my VM virtual machine, and please don't forget to also mention group access group. Okay, under this group, all resources created will be follow all those rules applied to this resource group. Okay, if I copy and run this command, okay, now I want to connect this. Okay, what is the IP address of this virtual machine? Here we can see there must be public IP address. Okay. For that we also have command to just check this one. Here is IP address, and by using this IP address you can use this command to check. Okay. Now in with this command we are just connecting our virtual machine, because our virtual machine is with IP 13.93.203.143. Okay. Let's see. I have set 5 millisecond timeout. It will try to connect within 5 millisecond, otherwise it will time out. Okay, failed to connect to this virtual machine, port 80, because we are executing curl command, and for that we need to check either port 80 is available or not. And to do this, let me check with another command, which is okay. List the current network security group rules. Let's see what are rules applied to this virtual machine. Okay, group rule name is my VM network security group, which is actually it is default group assigned with this virtual machine. It is actually this group is copied from image, as I already showed you. Uh, uh, Ubuntu image. Okay, so now let's run the following command to list the rules associated with a network security group named with this. Okay, I will just copy and paste. In this command is nothing to explain it, simple resource group and virtual machine. Okay, and here you can see that it is allowed. Okay, priority is 1000, and we need to see the port, which port is available. Allow stare, yeah, here you can see it's a 22, so we need to set 80 to access this one, right? Run this command to second time. This time use query argument to retrieve only the name, priority and affected ports. So this is with some filter command, because we need to see, okay, access is allowed and destination port is 22 and priority is 1000. If I just want to see all these parameters, then here I will run again this command. Here you can see in table. For that, definitely we need to set 8080, and for that here is another command create network security rule. If you can connect with the SSH with port 22, you already have created SSH public and private key. You can also use that one to connect through any client tool. Otherwise, for browser, from browser, if you want to access this virtual machine, then here you can see we have provided a resource group and network security group name, and in name HTTP we have allowed protocol TCP, priority 100, destination port range is 80. After executing this command, you will be able to set. Here you can see allow and range is 80 and priority is 100. If you run again with table command, okay, you are able to see also it is allowed to connect with 80. And now let's see, uh, here is note, after you update the network security group, it may take few moments before update rules pagination propagation. Retry next step with the pause between attempts until you get the desired results. It's saying that in case you are not getting desired results, you can wait for a moment to get the rules updated. Okay, and now I will again execute curl command, which I have already executed. Just I can go up and here you can connect. Ooh, great. Here you can see that we have connected to that virtual machine, and in previous session I have also see that web page with the explanation, welcome to Azure, my name is my VM. So guys, congratulations, you have also created some rules to connect with how to connect with virtual machine. Even though if you have deployed any war file, yeah, internet archive, enterprise archive, EAR, or web archive, war, or any Java archive, jar file, or any other even though HTML file, you can configure rules accordingly, and then you can set some rules and policy. You can allow some ports, you can create some security concern, and then you will be able to uh, uh, access your virtual resources available on cloud. Okay, this was just a basic learning curve to just know how we can just connect to command line, shell script, or any other user management. I will also try to create some session how we can all do all of this through dashboard, from management console. And for now it is okay, and uh, in next video we will be discussing Azure Virtual Private Network. Okay, so let's see what is virtual private network. Actually, VPN uses an encrypted tunnel within another network. VPNs are typically deployed to connect two or more trusted private networks to one another over an untrusted network, typically the public internet. Traffic is encrypted while traveling over the untrusted network to prevent eavesdropping or other attacks. VPNs can enable networks to safely and securely share sensitive information. Actually, private networks are just to keep your resources private, and private network can communicate with each other with the internally provided network by cloud. There is no any public internet, and your data becomes more secure. And to communicate with the virtual private network, you need kind of gateway and one IP publicly available with some implementation rules and regulation, so that we publicly you can be connect with the other networks or out of the world. Okay, so for today it is, I believe, it is a good session where you have some lab and practical example, and let's discuss tomorrow what is virtual private network in detail. Thank you. Bye. Our last session was about configuring network access, where we add some configuration rules. We set some port where, let's say, we already created virtual machine with open port 22 SSH, and then we want to access that virtual machine through HTTP. And we have seen that how we can allow rules and allow port to be open with the 80, and then we uh, execute curl command with the IP of that virtual machine, and we saw the results. Okay, there was a HTML page, and that HTML page was actually accessible. That HTML page was deployed on VM. So we did how to connect virtual machine through HTTP port via browser or curl command, and today we will be discussing what is VPN. Okay, so let's see the first definition of what is VPN. In VPN, V mean virtual. Virtual mean hidden, but in actual. Okay, and P mean it mean a private. Private mean secure, not for unauthorized device or persons. It's mean if you are connected with some device, some on-premises network on cloud, then it should be private, not accessible to anyone. N mean network. Network mean connection between different devices, on-premises, cloud, and when it all comes, then it calls VPN. Okay, so if we look at its definition, Azure Virtual Private Network. So what is Azure Virtual Private Network? A VPN is an app that keeps your internet connection private, whether connecting to unsafe public Wi-Fi or your network at home, having a layer of security that blocks people from watching you browse, helps keep you safe online, no matter where you connect from. Actually, VPN encrypts your traffic and data so that any hacker or any other person who can have access to your internet, even though if someone can access your data and traffic routing from your devices to the other device you are connecting to, because that is encrypted, and that can be only decrypt and understand once they have provided all authentication and algorithm by which it is encrypted. Azure VPN, in other definition, we can see that virtual private network is a service offered by Microsoft Azure that allows users to securely connect their on-premises network or individual devices to a virtual network in the Azure cloud. By establishing a secure connection over the internet, Azure VPN enables users to access resources in their Azure virtual network as if they were on their local network. So, in this diagram, you can see we have a device which is laptop and it's trying to connect to the internet, and here is an internet uh, VPN tunnel, right? So this tunnel securing this internet traffic and data to be transferred securely from this device to internet. Okay, in this diagram, we can learn many things. Actually, virtual private networks protects you by creating an encrypted tunnel that all of your devices data travels through on its way to the internet. Encryption turns words and data like text file into secret code. If someone tries to read encrypted data without the password, they will see random gibberish. Okay, they will not able to understand what is and how to understand this data even. Okay, so top reason people use VPN, actually one is your IP address is kind of like a phone number that tells websites where you are and how to connect to your device. This is the one reason. Second is block online tracking. Advertisers invade your online privacy by targeting your IP for ads. By changing your IP address, no one can understand from where you are connected. Okay. Third is stay safe on public Wi-Fi. People love public Wi-Fi, but so do hackers. With simple tools, they can capture password and logins as they pass through a shared Wi-Fi point. Keep your account safe by encryption your connection with VPN. So there are different VPN you can avail and use. So even though through VPN you can stay connected at home and don't miss out the current events or local news when you are traveling, even you can use VPN for that reason. And you can also use for stream video transfer. Okay, internet service provider regularly throttle services that compare with, but with VPN you can avoid throttling by keeping your browsing private from your service provider. And another reason is a bypass consortium. More governments are trying to censor, sorry, censorship, bypass censorship. More governments are trying to censor news and communications outside their borders. So VPN can help bypass censorship by connecting to a server in another country, so you can get information you need. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits and uh, what actual VPN do and how does it work. Uh, it's a security. A VPN encrypts your connection as we have discussed. Second is privacy. Using a VPN adds a layer of privacy to our online life and access. VPN provides access to an open and unrestricted internet. By connecting to servers in other countries, VPN help you bypass government censorship bans on news sites, social network, games, or other websites you love. Mostly you have experienced that sometimes we install VPN client so that we can be bypass and we can also connect any other website or any other link where we don't have access with our network administrator. But keep it knowing that using unauthorized VPN can store your data can be stolen, your devices can be hacked easily if you are using any VPN which is unauthorized and which is open source. So in this diagram, you have seen that what we have discussed all is covered. And now let's move to the types of VPN. Okay, we have two types. Even we have more than two types of VPN, but in this session we are discussing two types of VPN, mostly used by in internet and cloud. So one type of VPN is site-to-site connect. It's mean one office you have in Pakistan and another office you have in Saudi Arabia. Then definitely uh, to secure your traffic from Pakistan to Saudi Arabia, definitely you need a tunnel. Here is a tunnel you can see in this diagram, which encrypts your data and decrypts for relevant destination. So another type is point to site. Okay, in point to site, the difference is in site to site mean we you have two different networks connecting to each other. One may be on premises, and second network may be on cloud on any other premises. Okay, so these are site to site connection. Point to site mean when you are connecting with your device, which is a laptop, any desktop or any mobile application, any other single device with to any internet uh, virtual network which is on cloud or maybe your on premises. Okay, if you are connecting with your VNet, Azure VNet, Azure virtual network with your device, then you have to have create a tunnel which should be secure. Uh, this encrypted secure layer will help to save your data and traffic transferred with point to site transformation from hackers any other intruders. Okay, So these are the very simple and major two types we have discussed in this session. Okay, next is VPN, Azure VPN Gateway. Uh, in this diagram, you can see that your virtual network is connected with the on-premises site, which is site to site, and you can see uh, another connection with your virtual network with Azure VPN, which is VPN gateway, to connected other VNets, which is site to site again, sorry, network to network. Okay, and second is point to site. In this diagram, you can see that Azure VPN is allowed to connection with VPN client. So there are three types of connection. First is site to site. It's mean you can connect from one VNet to another on premises site. Second is network to network, where you can connect with one VNet to another VNet. And third is point to site, where you can connect one VNet to any other device, only client. So in detail, let me explain you. Uh, a VPN gateway is a type of virtual network gateway. Azure VPN gateway instances are deployed in a dedicated subnet of the virtual network and enable the following connectivity, which we have discussed. Connect on premises data centers. In this diagram, you can see first connection. Connect to individual devices to virtual network through point to site, which is below in third, and connect virtual network to other virtual networks, which is called network to network connection. Actually, there are two types. When setting up a VPN gateway, you must specify the type of VPN, either policy based or route based, right? The primary distinction between these two types is how they determine which traffic needs encryption. Great. Whew. In Azure, regardless of VPN type, method of authentication employed is a per, uh, pre-shared key, right? The first type, policy-based VPN gateway, specifies statically the IP address of packets that should be encrypted through each tunnel. Great. This type of device evaluates every data packet against those sets of IP addresses to choose the tunnel where the packet is going to be sent through. Second is in-route based gateway. IP security tunnels are modeled as network interface or virtual tunnel interface. IP routing, either static routes or dynamic route protocol, decides which one of these tunnel interface to use when sending each packet. Route-based VPN are the preferred connection method for on-premises device. They are more resilient to topology changes such as creation of new subnets. So there are a lot of another benefits, high availability scenarios. If you are configuring VPN to keep your information safe, you also want to be sure that it's high available and fault tolerant VPN configuration. You also need to check it should be active and standby, active and active. Uh, there are also express route failover. Another high availability option is to configure VPN gateways as a secure failover path of express route connection. So zone redundant gateways, in region that supports availability zones, VPN gateways or express route gateways can be deployed in zone redundant configuration. So these are the types of different VPN gateway, and we can use as per your need. So guys, for today, this is a good session. We have discussed uh, what is virtual private network and what is tunnel, which help us to secure and encrypt the data, and what types of virtual private networks as well. We have discussed in detail, and tomorrow we will be discussing Express Route, Azure Express Route. What is Azure Express Routes and uh, rest of details also, and maybe we cover in next session Azure DNS as well. So please stay connected, keep watching, and help me to provide your valuable comments so that we can improve this knowledge sharing which is accessible everyone. Thank you. Bye. Dear viewers, before moving forward, let's recap what we covered in our previous session. Azure VPN, in other definition, we can see that virtual private network is a service offered by Microsoft Azure that allows users to securely connect their on-premises network or individual devices to a virtual network in the Azure cloud by establishing a secure connection over the internet. Azure VPN enables users to access resources in their Azure virtual network as if they were on their local network. So in this diagram, you can see we have a device which is laptop and it's trying to connect to the internet, and here is an internet uh, VPN tunnel, right? So this tunnel securing this internet traffic and data to be transferred securely from this device to internet. So this was a recall our previous part which we discussed VPN, Azure Virtual Private Network, and today we will be discussing our second last topic, Azure Express Route. What is Express Route? Let's suppose if I want my private connection to my on-premises to cloud, any point to point, any to any connection, I don't want to route my traffic through internet, even though on internet I can create some tunnels, I can implement firewalls, securities, encryption, everything. But in spite of this, I also want to uh, make my private connection. Then here is Express route provided by Azure. And even though every cloud platform provide their own uh, uh, service, but Azure provide Express route. Azure ExpressRoute lets you extend your on-premises networks into the Microsoft Cloud over a private connection. You see, it's mean from on-premises to cloud. If you want to communicate, it will be fully private connection with the help of a connectivity provider, which is ExpressRoute. This connection is called ExpressRoute circuit. With ExpressRoute, you can establish connections to Microsoft Cloud Service, okay, on cloud, such as Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365. This feature allows you to connect offices, data centers, or other facilities to the Microsoft Cloud. Each location would have its own express route circuits. It's mean if you want to connect your data center to data center, you will be navigating from through Azure cloud via Azure cloud with the help of Express route. So we will be discussing all these type of private connection provided by Express route one by one, and let's discuss its one first feature, which is uh, connectivity to Microsoft Cloud services across all regions in the uh, geographical region. Understand my point? It's mean if you want to connect another region, and also beyond that region, if you want to geographical region, then what you will need? You will also use express route. What you can connect to depends on express route SKU. Local would allow you to connect to one or two local Azure regions. Standard allows you to connect to all Azure regions in the geographical region, and premium allows you to connect to all global Azure regions. As you can see in the diagram, with the local, with standards, and with premium. So all these features are provided by Express Cloud. So what is the next feature? Next feature is actually uh, global connectivity to Microsoft services across all regions with the Express Global Reach. So, what is global reach? In this diagram, you can see even though you have two data centers, one is in San Francisco and the other is in London, okay, and you want to connect with these two data centers privately, then definitely, uh, but you want to connect via cloud, Azure Cloud. Azure Cloud provide you express route feature, and that is a express global reach. Using this global reach feature, both offices can use high speed connectivity to connect to Azure services as well as other on-premises networks. Okay, even though you can connect to Azure services, also with the help of this express route with other on-premises network as well. Francisco office would have a high speed connection to Azure services as well as high speed connection to the London office. Next feature is dynamic routing between your network and Microsoft via border gateway protocol. It's mean if you want to connect with the other network from on-premises to virtual network on cloud, in the diagram you can see, and you want to make it's a dynamic routing, then it's also provided by express route. In this diagram you can see active tunnel with BGP failover. It's mean if one tunnel is down, then automatically the other one get up. Okay, it's mean you can establish multiple connection between your Azure VNet and your on-premises VPN devices in the same location, right? This capability provides multiple tunnels, I mean paths between the two networks in an active configuration. If one of the tunnel is disconnected, the corresponding route will be withdrawn via BGP, and the traffic automatically shifts to the remaining tunnels. Ooh. Okay, so let's move forward and see what is next with express route. Okay, next is security consideration. Definitely, when you are going to select your private network, major concern is security considerations. With express route, your data does not travel over the public internet. This is first concern which we covered. Reducing the risk associated with internet communications. Okay, definitely if you are not connected to public internet, all risks are reduced automatically. ExpressRoute is a private connection from your on-premises infrastructure to any Azure infrastructures. Okay. Keep in knowing that whenever you need your private connection from your on-premises to any geographical in any region to any other data center on-premises via cloud, Azure cloud, you will consider express route only in this situation, because it also in start we have studied that definition is when you it actually extend your private connection from your on-premises to cloud, right? Even if you have an express route connection, DNS queries, certificate revocation, list checking, and Azure Connect content delivery network requests are still sent over the public network. This is another point, guys. After you have express route connection, all DNS queries, domain name service queries, certification revocation, list checking, okay, and content delivery network still over the public network. Let me recall, we can connect as a geographical region via local region. We can have global reach via Azure Cloud. We can also connect our data centers any to any connection. Dynamic routing between your network and Microsoft via border gateway protocol, and connectivity services provided by express routes are Microsoft Office 365, Microsoft of Dynamics 365, Azure Compute microservices such as Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Cloud Services such as Azure Cosmos DB and Azure Storage. Regarding global connectivity, you can enable ExpressRoute global reach to exchange data across your on-premises sites by connecting your ExpressRoute circuits. For example, say you had an office in Asia and a data center in Europe, both with ExpressRoute circuits connecting them to the Microsoft network. Okay, I mean through Microsoft network you can connect your both data centers. One is in Asia and another is Europe. You cannot directly connect Asia and Europe. That will be your own private network, and there you cannot implement express route. To implement express route, you need to uh, use Microsoft network. You can use ExpressRoute Global Reach to connect those two facilities, allowing them to communicate without transferring data over the public internet. Okay, which is main point. Dynamic routing, as we have discussed that there is number of routes defined. If there is one down or disconnected, other one route will be available because it's actually enhance high availability. Built-in redundancy actually provide this feature. You have similar routing and connection established with the express route circuits, and they will be available in alternate way. Okay, so also we have express route connectivity models like cloud exchange co-location, point to point is ethernet connection, any to any connection direct from express route sites also, because all of these you will be understand when you have specific topic to express route, because uh, if I a little bit explain what is cloud exchange co-location, actually it refers to your data centers, office or other facility being physically co-located at the cloud exchange, such as an ISP. Okay, if your facility is co-located at the cloud exchange, you can request a virtual cross connect to the Microsoft Cloud. Point to point Ethernet connection mean point to point Ethernet connection refers to using a point to point connection to connect your facility to the Microsoft Cloud. Simple. Same goes for if we discuss any to any network, you can integrate your wide area network with Azure by providing connections to your offices and data centers. Azure integrates with your WAN connection to provide a connection like you would have between your data center and any branch offices. So last one is directly from express route sites mean you can connect directly into the Microsoft global network at a peering location strategically distributed across the world. Express Route Direct provides dual 100 gigabits per second or 10 gigabits per second connectivity. Whew, great speed with which supports active connectivity at scale. Okay guys, so this was today's in part 14 of AZ-900 certificate, second last part, and last is uh, Azure DNS, and we will discuss by tomorrow in part 15 apart from knowledge check, and that will be our final part, and then we will be having complete series in one video. Okay, bye, take care, thank you.